Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm sorry I am running a little bit behind today, but we are going to be creating a new shot today. I'm excited. I was just trying to get everything. I was like downloading files here on the computer here. I still haven't even opened up my Blender scene yet that we'll be working in, but I was like trying to post on Discord like, hey, you know, we're going live. So sorry about that, just a few seconds late there. I just like looked up, it said starting soon, and that's like my cue to hit the button to go to the camera. But we are here, guys. We are here, and we're gonna work on a new shot today. It's gonna be a fun one. I got recommended on a previous live stream to do a shot from the Last Airbender, so we'll be doing that. I'm going to, just in case, because I always have like this fear that my audio isn't synced, I'm gonna restart my camera. Like, I have this fear that like sometimes the audio kind of like lags on it, and like I can't see that up on my screen. So if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work, you know. But let's get started. I want to show you guys the image that we'll be working with today. Welcome everybody. How's it going? Key sign. Hello Veeth. Welcome in. Full counter. Nice to see you guys all here. Hey Ben. Welcome. We are ready. And how's it going, Hasselhoff? I see you joined too. Just saying hey to everybody here. Happened before, but not recently. Yeah, the lag is one of those things that's like you just never know when it's gonna happen, and when it does happen, it's like I don't know that it's happening, and it's like it's terrible. I wish that there was like a way that was like it showed your audio forms or something like that up on the screen, and then I wouldn't have to worry about it. But let me open up my Blender scene here while we're just getting started. But welcome in everybody. How's everybody doing this week? It's been a bit of a crazy weekend. We are at, it looks like 995 subscribers, everybody. Holy cow. We are so close to 1,000. I don't know, nothing really happens once you hit 1,000, but it looks cool on the number thing. So thank you for everybody who has joined recently in the last month or two as we've been doing these streams. It's been really fun, and I'm excited to do more and more of these streams going forward. So thank you guys for joining. I really appreciate it. Well, without further ado, let me show you what image we'll be working with today. Here, this week, it's a little different. We're not going to be basing our image off of one specific image. We're actually going to be using some different resources and photos to kind of create a photo from scratch ourselves. The recommendation was to do a shot from the Last Airbender, and since we are doing something that's more specific, I didn't have a specific frame grab that I wanted to do. Instead, I created a cool AI photo of Aang in Midjourney, and then we're also using a reference image of an actual shot from the Last Airbender, the animated show. So let me pull this up real quick, and then I swap the screen over here momentarily. I don't know why that went to that screen there, but let's do it this way. So this right here is the photo of Aang from the Last Airbender, and this was an AI photo. You could tell because the hands are all fricked up and all that stuff, but it's okay. We'll make do with what we got here. It's mostly just for like composition of like looking at it. Oh, hey, Tyler, welcome to the stream. Thanks. Yeah, the Hobbit hole video the other day. Yeah, I got like 6,000 views on that YouTube short. If you're talking about the YouTube short, if you're talking about the actual live stream, that was crazy. I was like, I'm just talking about Hobbit holes here. That one is the one, of course, that blew up. But yeah, so this is the AI photo that I generated of Aang. Obviously, AI equal bad, right? No, we're using it as a reference image for kind of lighting and composition of what we want to create. This is the photo from the actual show, or some of the backdrop of the actual show that I would like to create in CG as well. So we're going to create some of this environment, and then we're going to also create some of this fire that's in that scene as well, because like it'll be like this epic like final boss fight shot is kind of what we're going for. So we'll be creating this here in Blender, and without a further ado, let's jump on in. It has been a wild week, but one thing I did do this week was I did put in our Discord request if anybody had a 3D model of Aang, and it turned out that we have a lovely subscriber, Victor, who created the actual clothing for it. So the clothing that we'll be using is generated by him, as well as the simulation, and I believe Marvelous Designer. So this is the model that we'll be working with today, based off of the reference image that we have here. And I'm going to set up the camera and all that stuff, and we'll create the CG environment. I think there's a few things we're going to want to do with the clothing. If like we just matched like the reference image a little bit better, we might add a little bit more wind blowing on it or something like that. This is, again, just a still image, so we're not going to need it to be simulated. But, you know, I think we can add a few little effects in there. The other thing that we're going to do is, since we are adding in a lot of fire and like effects into the actual shot, I'm thinking that instead of us trying to generate this in Blender, which, funny enough, when I used to do CG, like back in the day when I first started, I thought, you know, in order for you to be a real CG artist, you had to do 100% of everything inside of Blender. And that's just not the case. Like, the way visual effects works is you use different assets and things to kind of create stuff more systematically. And you know, we are going to create a bit of that here. But one of the things that I think that we will do is we will use some action VFX. I got some amazing assets here, and I got these this pack of gas explosions that I think we'll use for some of the fire stuff. Let's see, let me actually just go to my downloads here, and then we can check out some more things that we've got. So I'm going to be using some of these gas explosions. They have a free VDB shader, so if you don't want to purchase their gas explosions, then you can still grab their VDB shader that's there. And I'm going to be using the gun smoke thing as well for the hands. Like, I feel like if I used a specific frame from the gun smoke, it'll look like the right size and shape that we're going for. And then from there, we can you know, add in like our glowing magical effects that we're doing. And then, of course, as I mentioned, we'll probably also be generating a lot of this background here. So let's go ahead and jump on in. Let's generate the background first. I feel like that's a good starting place. Let's set up the camera, create our background that we'll be doing. Yeah, there are free VDBs. So like, if there are other VDBs that you want, go ahead and grab those. I'm using the Action VFX ones, which I do have a link in the description, as well as a link above that I just posted. I said some of the assets we'll be using today. I'll repost this in case anybody missed it. But if there are, these are some of the assets. Let's see. Actually, no, I can't copy paste that because that doesn't work that way. But if you do grab the this link, I'll just post it right here. This is where you can see a lot of the assets that I'm talking about. They have different 3D assets and whatnot. So go ahead and just go through that link if there's anything you want to buy. This is a referral link, so I will get a little bit of a kickback. So if you guys do buy anything, hey, you're helping out the creator that you're watching. So I don't know. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump on in. We're going to model the scene. We've got a lot of effects to work through today, so we will get that going here. Otherwise, I'm actually going to move this to my other screen here, and that way I've got, like, I can actually pull that up as well. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to drop in a camera here. I'm actually curious because, like, I did do a bit of a round trip. I gave this file to Victor, and then he created the clothing on his computer in, let's do this as well. Yeah, so it looks like his shadings did come through. I wasn't sure if they were going to get packed into the thing or not, but that's awesome. And we might even scuff it up a little bit more, add some more dirt into it. I love the shaders that he added in. He added all of this crazy stuff in here, which is fantastic. It's amazing. So thank you, Victor. Again, huge shout out. Thank you so much for creating this. And it's going to make this render super epic because we all know how my clothing turned out. I did a previous stream back, what was it, in October when we were doing some horror streams, and I did a Grim Reaper. Oh no, not good. I was like for like 30-45 minutes because I don't know much about, I've never created clothes before. It's just not something that I do very often. And it was very evident in that stream that was not something that I do very often. So yes, thank you guys so much. This is why we're creating a community, is that way you guys don't have to see my crappy clothing because I don't have Marvelous Designer. Oh, I just deleted my camera. Let's do that again. I think that should work. I'm thinking the shader was just a quick thing I did a while ago, but the node setup is really interesting and the vector math is so powerful. Yeah, no, that is true. Let's go ahead and zoom this in. I just realized, wait a second, Hasselhoff, are you Victor? My mind is blown right now. I didn't connect the dots because your name would be different. Are you Victor, or am I going crazy here? Because I just realized I don't think I've seen a Victor in my chat before. Let's go ahead and scale that down. And let's go ahead. I'm just going to look at our reference image. We can add in our background image as well, just so that way we can see this. With what we're adding. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't make the connection before. Wow. Okay. That's sad on me. I'm going to go ahead and scale this in a little bit better. I think also let's set the camera to be more of like a 75mm lens. Just so everything is a little bit flatter and more cinematic. So obviously, I think we're going to have some... I'm going to try not to move the cloth as much as possible. Garment tools, too, might help with the clothing. Are you talking about like the actual sculpting tools inside of Blender? Because I think I know that there's like that method of being able to kind of like add some wrinkles and stuff like that into your scene. I was going to... potentially apply our garment here. Let's see. It's fine. After joining university, I used my private Discord for the uni servers, and I couldn't use the name Hasselhoff. Ah, gotcha. There is a way, by the way. I just learned this recently. In Discord, you can actually change your name to be different on a per server basis. So, like, I think on most servers I go by like my gamer tag name, which is Kufu, and then on this particular server I go by Connor Thomas, obviously. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm thinking the camera, I do want it to be, let's use this as our actual camera over here, guys. I'm gonna pull this back a little bit more, and then let's rotate that down. I think that works pretty nicely. If not, we can just pull out even further. I want to just see more of his body. And then I'm going to go ahead and add in a ground as well that we'll be working with here. And let's have it go off a little bit onto the distance here. It was a Discord Nitro feature. Maybe they changed it? I'm not quite sure. I mean, I know that I was able to do it before I had Nitro. I now currently have Nitro. But I think I was able to do it before I had Nitro. I did Nitro, by the way, and I don't know, this is a shameless plug, but hey, everybody join the Discord that we have, and if you want to boost the channel, that would be super awesome, because there are some features at level 2 that I would like to do. I think like custom, there's like a custom banner thing and stuff like that, and I'm like, I don't know why Discord makes it so damn expensive, because there ain't no way I'm spending like, what is it, $50 a month just for me to boost it to level 2. I boosted it to level 1, which I'm fine with doing that, but I was like, what the heck, like Discord, you're really trying to take my money here. So if anybody has any free boosts, you know, that would be cool. And then honestly, for the background here, we're gonna have like this rock structure that we have here. There's a couple ways we can actually model that, so let's add one of those in. I'm probably just going to do a cube at first. Okay, and then let's scale everything down. I'm just going to create like a rough version of this. Obviously, this is not going to be what it looks like in the end of the day. And then if I take proportional editing here, you can kind of scale everything down as it's going up. I'm going to grab this whole edge here, though. Oh, I guess it's not easy to do. And let's grab the proportional on this side here. And we'll turn off proportional editing there, because we're not going to see kind of like that stack as it's going off. Okay. And then what I'm going to do also is I'm going to use materials to kind of make the rock texture ourselves, because that way I don't actually have to do that. Because I ain't going to go around here and like add in each individual material. So let's do subdivide here. Duplicate that a few times. And let's see. Okay, and honestly after that, let's just... It doesn't look anything like rocks right now, but don't give up on me, guys. We're getting there, okay? It takes a moment of adding in all of these different sizes. Let's add in some vertices, and then after that, we'll use a displacement. Hit new. And... I'm not going to use a image texture. I'm going to use a cloud variable, I think. And then we can change and adjust the size to be whatever we need it to be. Something like that should be cool-ish. Not really. Okay, and that can just be like our rock formation that we have there. Let me see. It's a lot of stacks basically is what we're trying to do. Let's scale that down a little bit. Yeah, I think that should work fine. And then now we can actually really just duplicate this, and we can change the location of the UV a bit. Do you ever use Embergen? I've always had the hardest time trying to dial in a volume shader to look halfway good, and then I'm always compensating a lot in the compositing. Yeah, okay, so I messed around with Embergen and I had a very similar issue, and I just kind of attributed it to the fact that I didn't know what I was doing. So I don't know if maybe that is a good question. My problem also is very similar to that, and I kind of just whoops. What I ended up doing was if I ever did have any low quality volumetrics, you can increase the I think it's the voxel count on the resolution, and that would add more detail to your voxels. And then, honestly, I was doing everything inside of Blender anyways, so I would output my VDBs and bring them into Blender, and then I would just do most of my work in here. If I'm being honest, though, I try to stay away from VDBs as much as possible when it comes to explosions, because VDBs are very heavy on your system, and they're difficult to dial in and make look perfect. Whereas... guess what? You can go buy like 2D assets from like Action VFX and then drop those into your 3D scenes. You can actually use 2D assets in a 3D scene and everything looks perfectly normal. So, you know, why would I mess around with volumetrics in that particular instance? Same, but I think it's more of a problem on the Blender side. Cycles and misses volumes look off. That is true. And that is something that I think... they're working on, and as new versions of Blender come out, I think they're kind of fixing that as well. Let's call that a new texture. If we change our scaling, since this is a little bit closer to camera, probably do something a lot smaller. And then if we go to our displacement here, let's change this to like 0.01. We can increase it slightly. Can you do a displacement on top of a displacement? I feel like you can't. Let's duplicate this guy. And then this first one, can we change the texture to like the big texture? Yeah, we can. Let's go, guys. I can call that a new texture over here. We'll go to texture 3. If I edit texture 3, which is this guy. And then that should be fine. So let's go to our modifiers again and let's adjust this to be a little bit higher. So you can like have multiple displacements on top of each other, and that way I can get like the big deformations and then the small deformations kind of like baking into your scene. And honestly, I might actually, let's add another modifier. If we duplicate this displacement, let's change this to kind of like this 0.0. That's pretty nice. I like that. And I'm going to duplicate this as well and do the same thing. I feel like this was a bug on the previous version of Blender where you can have multiple displacements on top of each other. It just didn't work. Am I wrong on saying that? Like, I feel like that was a thing. And I think actually I have a live stream to prove it because I remember doing that on a stream. Okay, that's cool. I like that. I'm not going to say what these actually look like. They don't look correct. All right, that's all I'm saying. I'm going to use, let's see, we have multi-res that we could probably use here. Or we could just use a subdivide surface and then use simple so that way it doesn't clip our edges here. And I'm just going to give this a bunch of vertices to work with. I think that should work, right? Does that not? Oh, you don't see it anyways. And then we can use a displacement modifier after this. I'm going to add in a new texture. Again, we'll just use clouds. Clouds is the easiest way to do this. Although, here, let's try this. Let's try this. There is I'm making an announcement later this week, so you guys don't have access to this quite yet. But I am releasing a texture pack, which actually I don't know that I have on my computer here. Funny enough. Oh, I do. So I'm releasing a Surface Imperfections pack. This is not the names of the files, but this will be coming out sometime this week, as well as another huge announcement. So as soon as we hit 1,000 subscribers, I'll be releasing a video. So share with your friends, guys. But inside of this, I do have all of these seamless textures, and I'm probably going to use one of these as my displacement instead of a cloud for our rocky texture. I'll probably use this guy right here. Let's do that. And then, since it is seamless, it will loop perfectly on our image here. I'm going to want to do something like 0.01. Something pretty small. Let's do 0.06. Okay, that looks cool. Also, let's see. Under our texture settings here, seam margin 8. What does that mean? Mapping. Oh, so you can change the amount that it's duplicating? Interesting. I don't know why this isn't like I'm actually curious. Is this like a transform? And I guess the other thing we could do is let's add in some more. Damn. 11 might be too much, guys. Shouldn't have done that. Also should have hit the save button, right? feel like that's something I should have done. Ooh, I like that. Speaking of volumes in Blender, there's a bug that doesn't allow me to have intersecting VDBs. Yes! Yes, I've had this same problem. It has a render artifact. It's frustrating because I'd like to layer dust/smoke VDBs. That is very true. I have experienced the same thing. And, yeah, I mean, they need to fix it. Get on that, Blender. Come on, guys. What are you doing? Let's go ahead and I'm going to save this model as it's not under materials anymore. I'm going to create a new folder called scripts. And we'll go ahead and save this into that folder with today's date. Because my project file names, by the way, for anybody that'll ever need to know this in the future, are just the date of the file and then like a version number. The reason why it's the date is because that's our project name. I mean, normally I would have like an actual project name and a shot number and all that stuff, but we do not. Okay, a little choppy, but I like where this is going. So 8's fine there. Let's add in a subdivide surface after everything. That'll kind of smooth everything out a little bit. And that'll give us the kind of like this rocky ground that we're having. I might change our displacement to be slightly smaller. Let's do 4. That looks pretty cool as an overall kind of like displacement. And then I'm going to add in one more displacement after his main displacement. And hit new. And we're going to use one of our previous textures that we created. But this time changes to like 0.001 or 0.01. Let's see how much. Might need to adjust. Let's see. I do think it's supposed to be texture 1, but let's go ahead and just duplicate this texture. It'll be a new texture 0.05. So let's go take a look at that real quick. Texture 5. Oh, whoops. And then this should be image cloud. And then we can adjust the scaling here to be something a lot smaller. I'm actually wondering if even a Musgrave would be nice for this. Never forget to save. I always save, dude. I am a save god over here. Nobody can beat me at the amount of saves that I do, except for when I don't save. Okay, so don't look at that. I'm going to lessen the strength of this to a lot smaller. Feels very repetitive. Yeah, it feels extremely repetitive. Let's go ahead and get rid of that displacement. This is using texture. Let's do this, and then I'm going to compensate for the other displacement inside of the actual shader. Let's get this closer to the feet, though. Need this height to match the feet. And get this guy's feet to not go through the ground. Although we're not seeing that, so it doesn't really matter, but, you know... No. Maybe not. We will not adjust this. We will not adjust this. Although we could... So this is using the simulation that, Victor, you gave me. I could just apply this, and then I can parent it to our rig. And then when I move the thing around, it moves the clothing around. So we could do that, you know. We could just apply everything. Probably shouldn't have done that. Let's Control Z it, because I already regret applying everything. Yeah, there we go. Save. Although I'm going to want... You know what? Yeah, let's apply it. because there are some things that I'd like to do once we do have everything applied. Which, by the way, this is something I was meaning to do before. Let's go ahead and turn on. I'm going to. This is the other. Guys, I'm so scatterbrained today. I don't have the stream open on my phone down here so I can actually see chat, which is always helpful to be able to see chat. I just need to see the comments, because the problem is I can't read your guys' comments in full up there because for whatever reason, YouTube desktop decided that the heart emoji needed to be in the bottom right hand corner. However, it means it's in front of the text, and so whenever text appears, the text appears behind the heart, and that's really frustrating. So yeah, don't do that, YouTube. Why you gotta be annoying like that? Okay, here's what I was gonna do. I was gonna enable screencast. Is there like it's screen keys? I need to show. There used to be a way to show your what buttons you're pressing on your screen, and I can't remember what it's called. It might not even be an add-on. It might just be a setting, like a system preference or a view settings or something like that. I know there used to be a way to do this. Viewport, object info, and hell, it might even just be inside of my actual viewing tools here. I can't remember, but if anybody knows what button that is, just let me know, and then that way I can just do that. Screen keys, but it doesn't come with Blender. I thought it did. It used to, did it not? It used to be like a thing built into Blender. I could have swore it was built into Blender. Because I actually used to have it turned on way back in the day. I mean, so there is a tutorial that exists on the internet, not on my current YouTube channel, thank God. But there is a Blender tutorial that I did way back in like Blender 2.2, you know, early Blender 2. Whatever, and 2.7 or something like that. I think it was 2.74, and that version of Blender, I had screencasts turned on. Okay, so this is a crazy amount of topology, by the way, Victor. Absolutely insane. Now that has everything applied, is that going to screw with my materials? No, it's not. Okay. I'm going to take this now, and if we apply the clothing to our rig, let's try this, and let's just see how fricked we are with automatic weights. And everything freezes. Oh, that's another thing I forgot to do. I didn't grab water. Okay, while this is unfreezing, I'm going to go grab some water. I will be back momentarily. Hopefully we don't... Where's my mouse? Oh, it's right here. Okay. We're going to let that sit. Everybody hold your breath. It's frozen. Okay. While it's frozen, I'm going to grab some water because I do a lot of talking on these streams. So hopefully it unfreezes. Still not unfrozen. Okay, so you said screen keys, but I'm not the one who applied the subdivider mod. Okay, that's a fair point. That is a... Okay, wow, this really blew up. Well, hey, I mean, hey, maybe his magic airbending skills is that his clothes are flying off. Like, maybe that's what his magic ability, as he's doing his abilities, his clothes are just flying off. As I mean, hey, he controls airbending, right? So the clothes are just slowly flying off. But yeah, game art wouldn't be for me. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a low poly modeler myself. This is so funny though, guys. The clothes just falling off as it's going. It actually almost looks, if you look at it over here in the actual screen mode. Let's see. Let's go to viewport display. it just looks like he has multiple legs, which is like an AI glitch. So we're doing AI glitches here, guys. Rename the title of the live stream: How to Create AI Glitches in Traditional 3D Modeling. Oh my god. Okay, well that's not gonna work. Let's we're gonna just unparent this, and let's go to our modifiers. Let's just Control Z our modifiers here. I have another idea. I have a better idea that I don't know why I didn't do in the first place. You know what the other thing is that it is applying to... What kind of makes sense? Okay. Just Control Z that there. So we have our mesh sequence on this particular layer. What I need to do though for sure is under sculpt mode, when I go to sculpt mode, I need to be able to make my adjustments. Now I really wish that there was a modifier called sculpt, so that way I can actually control the area in which the sculpt is happening. I don't care. I'm probably not going to move the leg, so it's not that big of an issue. But I do want to be able to adjust the location of some of this stuff. So for instance, if I use the grab elastic deform tool, I want to be able to grab this bottom bit here and then move that up. But I don't think that's going to work if I have mesh sequence cached. That's why I think I'm going to have to apply that. In which case, we can always just go back to object mode and just apply that particular modifier, and everything else we can keep, like the subdivision surface and all that stuff, we can keep there. And let's see, let's go to our sculpt now. Should be able to make any adjustments that we need here. And let's see. I think I should be able to do it, right? Am I not able to make any adjustments on... I guess we'll never know. Oh, the other thing I could do is... Yeah, I am able to. Okay, let's disable some of our viewport modifiers. And there we go. Now we can move his entire clothing, which is fantastic. I think we can also use a mask tool. Let's use the subtraction mask tool. I don't want his clothing to move. Why is that not painting? You should, but the disabled modifiers for better performance. Yes, and I just did that, so... but good call. Good call. It's the problem with the stream sometimes being... you know, just behind or something like that. Okay. I've never actually used this mask tool, so let's just see what this does. If I have it under that area there, and then I use the elastic deform, okay, it moves everything except for the leg. That's fantastic. So let's go ahead. It's weird. That's so backwards that the plus is actually the negative. That's kind of strange. I don't know. Is that strange to anybody else? I feel like that's backwards. Feel like that's so backwards to what it should be. And then from here we can actually use, there's a couple tools that I'm going to use. I'm going to use the elastic deform to kind of drag this upwards. Which actually I'm wondering almost if we use the pose. Yeah. Then we'll add some wrinkles into it as well. And this is just going to add a nice little breeze. Just to help sell some of the... This is cool, though, that you created some folds here, Victor, because now I can actually really deform things a little bit better, and it looks nice and realistic. Yeah, it works really nicely. I don't think we do have to do much to this because I'm not really seeing it down there anyways. Although I do have to be careful that it doesn't clip too much on the clothing. And this is clipping here, but I actually don't know. Is it supposed to go above or below, like, some other clothing element? Oh, it's supposed to go below for sure. If that's the case, let's use the mask tool here, and I'm gonna make sure that this top doesn't move. Really like the way that's laying on him. And then I'm going to use the pose here to kind of fix some of that. I'm just going to use the grab tool, not the... If we do that, then I can hide that flap. Let's hide the flap. Kind of just grab this and... Oops. Which I know this wasn't designed or how you designed it, Victor, so I apologize. But it's just where we're at this point. Okay, great. And that just kind of like cleans up that edge a little bit better. And I don't like how far this comes up though, so let's do that. I like that. There we go. Okay. And yeah, there we go. So that's just the sculpt of some of the clothing there that we would have in our shot. I am thinking let's open up bridge. And see what they have in here as far as mountains are kind of concerned. Let's go to environments. We got desert, forest, grasslands, industrial, medieval, ocean, rainforest, rural. It's not necessarily desert, although it kind of is. Not really. Forest, freshwater, grasslands, industrial, medieval, ocean, rainforest. It's not rural. Nope. 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 I don't know, guys. Do they have... What we'd probably be looking for here is... I mean, we can kind of use something like this, but I just feel like that's not necessarily even what we're going for. It's hard because we're also not going to see too much of it. So let's set, like, for instance... I'm going to change the pose of his head real quick. I'm thinking this can just be like... more face down. Kind of looking up a little bit. Want to save that. That's a badass pose right there, guys. Okay, and then I'm gonna set the focus of the camera on him. Okay, now this is part where I'm gonna probably clean up a little bit. Let's create a new one called cam, and I'm gonna put our camera under this as well as a new empty that we're gonna use to control our focus. We can rename it to focus. And with our camera, we can just change our depth of field option to enabled. And I'm just going to set that to focus as well. And then we'll do a more shallow depth of field of like 1.2. Let's go ahead and save that. There's a way for us to like test this viewport option. So the other thing we're going to want to do is make sure that we're only seeing what we're going to see. It's our first image in a while, guys, that we are not doing a square image. We're doing a 16:9 photo. You can turn on your depth of field options up here, so that way you can kind of see what you're doing inside of your viewport display. This is really helpful because then you don't have to do like a bunch of rendering in order to see that. I am thinking something that's a little shallower depth of field will work nice for us, since we're going to be doing most of our work on him. We have to do a lot of texturing and shading and stuff like that. Let's go ahead. I'm going to... Oh, geez. Did you just see what I just did? That's annoying as frick. Wow. Okay. That sucks. Can I... No. That's so sad. Oh, wait. Control Z. Oh, geez. I was just pressing Control Tab. And I probably just wasted all of my history of Control Z's there, but I don't think I can adjust that. Oh, well. I didn't set a keyframe, so I lost all of my work there. That's unfortunate. I'm going to re-enable the background right now, just so that way we have our background image. I really like the pose that we had. That's so unfortunate. For a background image also, I'm just actually going to offset it so that way I can see that over there as I'm working here. Kind of use this similar pose. Something going a little more down. It's not like perfect, which is awesome. I love that. It almost looks nicer, actually, than what we had before. Oh, yeah, and I don't have a facial rig on this, so we can't make any adjustments to the face. We don't really have to do too much. Although I might go into sculpt mode and make some adjustments to the face. Do I have a slider, though, for... They don't. For anybody curious, I'm using human gen for the generator of the face. I'm going to also use the mask tool on this. I don't want too much of the face to kind of be shifted downwards, specifically the eyes. So if you use the mask tool here as you're working on this, I can only move the eyebrows down. Create a little bit more stern of a facial expression. That's pretty nice. I like that. And save that as is there. Wow, guys, 996 subscribers. Holy camole. If you guys aren't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. We're so close to 1,000. That's crazy. Okay, I think that's good for the posing of him. I'm going to actually fix his fingers a little bit more. I want his hand to be a little more closed. Just rotate that. Not too far apart. A little closer together as well. Otherwise, it just feels like, I don't know, it doesn't feel natural. It's good there. I think this bottom hand needs a little bit of love. Actually, I'll just turn off that over there so we can see a little bit better on what all our changes are making. Go ahead and save that. It's pretty cool. I like that. There are some clipping issues with this guy right here and his pants. So I should fix that, shouldn't I? Should be something that should be fixed. Let's go into sculpt mode here, and how do we reset our mask? Is there a way for us to do that? Like just a button to click or something like that? So if we do mask, do I just have to manually reset it? I suppose we could just zoom out and make our adjustments, right? Would you be an airbender? I don't know. Dude, I always feel like I'm like drawn to the dark side. Like when I watched Star Wars growing up, I always wanted to be like a Sith. I didn't want to be a Jedi. Does that make me a bad person? I don't know. So like with that being said, I feel like, I don't know, being an airbender is cool, especially like the Last Airbender where you can like control all the elements, because that's like pretty badass. But you know, also should probably be able to control this guy right here. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. So like that's a good question. I feel like being able to control fire is super epic. So like if that makes me the Last Airbender, then yeah. If that makes me you know, just part of the Fire Nation, then also yeah, you know, like I don't know. Like I feel like controlling fire is like the coolest ability. Controlling earth has got to be kind of like the lamest. That's just my opinion. But like Like you can have cool parts of like controlling fire, but I just feel like it's, I don't know, it's just not as cool as like being able to control fire. I'd rather be Captain Planet. Yes. Captain Planet. We got so much clipping here, guys, that we got to fix. Holy cow. Although that goes under, so if I can get this orange bit to go over, then I think I'm golden here. I'm slowly screwing with your metal bending would be sick, though. Yeah. True. True. But can't you do metal bending if you have fire? Because fire just, you know, makes metal burn? Is that how it works? You can melt metal with fire. I'm like slowly screwing this cloth sim up little by little here, Victor, just so you know. Like, there's got to be a tool that I don't know that's like, hey, only grab this specific element right now. Fire has a lightning bend. You can do lightning with fire? Okay. I fixed it, guys. I fixed it. Wow. Works really nicely. Let's just clean up some of the clothing here so that way it doesn't intersect with his body too much. Not that you're going to see this angle, but I think it'd be nice. Let's also clean this up as well. Cool. And let's go back to let's go back to object mode. My favorite Sith is Darth Nihilus. You know, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, so I didn't read the books growing up. My favorite Sith always was just like Darth Maul. Like, he's just the coolest. He's got 2 lightsabers. Like, who the frick is cooler than that? Like, you got 2 lightsabers, and also, I mean, in the Phantom Menace, that was like the coolest freaking lightsaber fight in the entire like everything. Okay, so come at me, bro. No, it was always a good choice. Key sign. He's an underrated Sith. That's the thing. I guess I just don't know too much about the other Siths to really like have like an opinion, but I'm gonna change the shading on this inner eye here. Save that. We'll probably work a little bit more on the environment before we get too much into lighting and shading and stuff like that. So let's actually put that on pause. I'm going to duplicate this guy. Cool thing about this environment is everything is kind of just duplicates, right? Let's see, let's put all that back there. Thinking this can be even further back. And we're gonna have a lot of fire behind him and everything, so I'm not too worried. Wow, guys, the building of the the actual environment was super easy this time. Let's change the depth of field here to something a little bit more so that way we can see a little more detail of our background. I don't think that us having it that shallow depth of field, it just looks sometimes a little bit amateurish if you have something that's too blurred out. So let's do something like that. And I think Let's go ahead and save that. Let's do Shift S, cursor to center is what world origin. And also, am I crazy on this? I don't know if how many of you guys how long you guys have used Blender, but isn't like old Blender, it was to center, not world origin. It said to center. You would set the cursor to center, not world origin. Like I could swore that was the naming convention before, but now all of a sudden they're trying to trick us, trying to trick me into like not knowing what I'm talking about here. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and save that. Okay, well, once we start adding in some like fire elements and things like that, I think it'll be a little bit more clear what the lighting should be. You rarely use sculpt mode. I just use edit mode and then pull stuff around with fall off. Yeah, that's true. I do that quite often as well. Toggle between the affecting geometry near the selected versus only connecting the geometry. Sorry, let me say, and it lets you toggle between affecting the geometry near your selection is only connected to the geometry. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely would be helpful, for sure. I just, because the way that this cloth sim is, it's an actual simulation. I didn't really, I guess it doesn't matter. Like, I think the sculpt happens after everything, whereas like, for instance, if I select the model here, if I go to edit mode, oh, wait a second. Did I apply my, oh, I did apply it. Gotcha. Okay. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ignore my talking. Let's go ahead and start adding in some lighting. The cloth is connected. Oh, they're all connected as like one big piece of cloth. I'm going to, let's do a few things. Let's go ahead and we'll swap this over. I'm going to be doing everything in cycles. Cycles, and I've got GPU selected. Like we discussed last time, I'm actually using the AGX color management inside of Blender these days. I've used it actually on production this last week. So, you know, I think it's worked really nicely. It's basically ACES CG. It's really close to, it's not perfect though, which is pissing me off. So I need to get that to be perfect, but it is pretty dang close. And I did release a YouTube short during the week about it. It's talking a little bit about color management, but yeah, I'm using the AGX color tools inside of here as we're going along. And it has not stirred me wrong yet. So I think, do we want him facing upward that much? You could use UV seams for selecting certain parts. That's true. I was just nudging it. Okay, I'm curious if you guys anybody has a solution for this, but I wanted to do these fringed edges on the cloth, like right here. I don't know that there's an easy way to do that other than like my method of doing it would be adding in like an actual hair particle system and then specifically targeting edges. Like, here's what I would do for that. I would probably just go in and select like an actual edge of our particles, probably something like here and here and sure, let's do that as well since it's a sharp edge. Oops. It's fine. And then I would go into like a vertex group and we can call this fringe edge 1. And then hit assign. I'm gonna just select this edge here as well and we'll hit assign. So then now if we select those, it's all of these edges, which are like the sharp edges of the cloth. And we can do that all the way on the different clothing seams. Actually, I'm not quite sure that this one topology is a little weird on this edge here. I think, oh, that's unfortunate. Can I do select all of like similar kinds? Select similar vertex crease? No. Select similar, not select random. Won't select similar adjacent faces. There we go. So this will select like all of the edges in the entire thing here, which it might even select a few extra edges. And I'm cool with that. And then we'll hit assign. And then if we select everything, we already have pretty much everything that I would have wanted. I think that's good, guys. Okay, so, and then what we do is let's go to object mode. And if we add in a hair particle system specifically, and then we say our vertex group, let's select vertex group. And I change the density to our fringe edges. We just need to change the scale of this, of course, because 4 meters is freaking massive. Does anybody know why the default Blender setting is set to 4 meters on? It doesn't even make sense. 4 meters for hair length? Come on. Whose hair is 4 meters long? And I'm American and I know that's not correct. Your root diameter is 1 meter. Okay. Now the only thing is it's pointing all of the hair like directly out. So we're going to need to randomize the orientation of this. So I think what we could do, I don't want the length. We can do children. I'm going to do interpolate it. So that's going to add all of this hair into like these edges here. But I want them to point outwards, not go down. So can we change the orientation through here as well, the hair dynamics? I think if you enable advanced settings, yeah, here we go, rotation. And let's see. I thought I was able to change the orientation of this stuff. Yeah, I got the advanced clicked. I just need this rotation to be adjusted. It doesn't look like it's really allowing me to do that. 0.03. Just to make it a little longer so we can see what we're doing here. Everything is kind of like sticking straight out, which is definitely not what we want. I should be able to like adjust the normal in which this is being done on, right? Angular velocity. I mean, I can manually go into particle edit mode and do this. I really just don't want to do that. If I'm being 1000% honest, I do not want to do that. It's just such a waste of time. Oh my god. Well, we will want Brownian to be higher, but that's not what we're trying to do here. We're not multiplying the mass by the size. Structure, collision, that's all hair dynamics. Velocity. That's whack. Okay, so the reason I didn't want to do that in particle edit mode was because I wanted to be able to adjust the size and settings and all that stuff later. And like this will be really annoying if we can't do that, because I liked everything being procedural directly inside of the settings here. But that's not seemingly not the case. Only thing I can think of is like solidifying the fabric and then using the edges for the source. Oh, actually, that's a good question. Yeah, the particles are happening after it is being solidified. Could put it before just to see what would happen, because it is being solidified here. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. It's not enabled. Okay, so if we do enable the solidifying, you're on to something. We enable all of these settings. And hopefully don't crash our computer while we're doing it. Although, if we're being honest, we don't need it to be after the subdivide. Let's go ahead and put it after the solidify. And then, let's see, let's go to our particle settings. And again, I am failing to see why we can't get that to work. Solidify is disabled in viewport. Yes, yeah. Okay, you're a few minutes behind. I did enable solidify. Now I'm just trying to figure out what settings I need to do here. So I enable rotation and then the orientation axis. The other thing we could do to test this is we can actually enable face orientations. That should all be correct. That all doesn't seem to be phasing it whatsoever. The only other thing I could think of is that because I have Brownian higher on the physics, that could be adjusting it. No. Okay, well, here's what we can also just do. I'm gonna enable kind of that here, and then we can just go to particle edit and then actually manually do this. I really didn't want to do this because I wanted to adjust the scaling of everything later. So let's get the scaling to be correct right now. This is obviously too big. So let's maybe like 0.01, I think. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I like that. And then if we go, we can always adjust the scaling of stuff later. I think this is roughly the correct amount that we're going to want. So let's go to our particle edit mode here. And then we're going to kind of just kind of paint things outwards. It's kind of lame that we have to do this, but it might have to do with the fact that I don't know how Blender's particle thing works, but it's possible that yeah, it's possible that how it's doing is it's doing it before the modifiers happen, even though it's happening later in the stack. I'm thinking, I don't know. Maybe it's looking at the stuff before particle. I'm not quite sure. But it's okay. We have a little extra time today to do these kinds of things because the actual environment that we're creating is a little bit simpler. We're not going to see his backside, so I'm not too concerned about that, but, you know, might as well make the adjustments where adjustments are needed. This ground's driving me crazy. And I think, let's just... The other great thing is that the interpolation of the children is happening after the particle edit mode section, so all this like straight edges we're giving the regular parent particles are not going to apply to the children, so we'll still have like that nice randomization that's happening. I think that's kind of everything here. We're just kind of getting everything to face the direction that we need it to. And okay, let's go to object mode and see how crap it looks. Works pretty nicely. It's just to add a little extra detail to everything. Let's go to the children again and change the length to be like 3 times the size. Oh, you can't do that. I was like, I wonder if you could change. Can you randomize the size? Let's see, kink, roughness, parting. There's got to be like a scale. Here we go, diameter scale, tip, diameter root. Oh, the kink, we could set this to something like wavy or whatever. And change the amount of waviness that we want. And then let's also change the amount of display to like 200. And can I change the amount of like roughness or length, shape to them? Let's see. See, wave, strand, diameter root. I feel like length should be something I should be able to control, right? Like children length? I don't know. I thought that would be something I could do. But what we can do is, I think we could duplicate the particle system. Let's call this long. And then we're gonna make this a lot smaller. Let's just do like 10, 10. Oh, whoops. Under here, I think we have to duplicate this way, right? So that's duplicating the particle system. Oh, that's unfortunate. So, no way, dude. Disconnect hair. Connect all. I don't know what I'm doing there. Trying to get the roughness to be like, so each hair has like a different length to it. So like the length is right here. There should be like a randomness slider on that. But I know there is for the actual length here, like hair length, you can change the random of that, I thought. Unless I'm missing it, because it is an option. So you can change like the length randomness of it. At least I thought you could. So we got import random of the roughness. Flatness. Is weird. I think all of my children are like going up on the edges of the thing here rather than around, but whatever. And then overall, can we add like another particle system that's hair? The amount is fine. Let's do this like 0.01 though for the distance. You can shorten the child length and use threshold to ignore some of the children. Okay, yeah, let me try that on this one. So I'll change the diameter root here to like 0.01, 0.01, or 0 is fine for that. That is really long of hair. Let's make that smaller. Let's do a 0.02. And I'm kind of just like adding overall like hair here. So if we do like a kink of not radial, I'm thinking even like wave would be nice, or braid would be nice. And then if we change the display amount to the actual render amount, annoying that it only lets you shorten though. Yeah, you can't make them longer after grooming. No, you can't. That's what I tried, even manually typing in a number that was like a higher number, and it wouldn't let me do it. This is like one of like, there are things about Blender that really irritate me, and this is like the hair particle system. It's like cool, it's nice and easy to use somewhat, but it's like anytime you're really trying to do anything, you've got to be careful. Let's change the length of this hair a bit smaller. So what we're trying to do here is we're going to add like kind of like these hairs just that are going to catch the light, nothing else, because this is a braided material. So we're going to be using that braided material on our overall, and this will just feel kind of more like dandruff or whatever on clothing. So the more and more we increase this, the more we're going to get throughout the entire thing. So let's see, let's put this at a really high number here, and it'll just feel a little more throughout the entire clothing. It's just going to catch the light a little bit better and just add a nice little bit of realism to our scene. So if we add in a new material, honestly, we can even keep the same material, because it's okay that it's... Let's do this. Let's actually add a new material in. We're going to select material, and then what we're going to do, instead of just using this material here, we're going to duplicate it, and we're going to call this cloth hairs. And if we go into, let's vertically split this, I'll open up a shader editor here, and let's see what Victor gave us. I'm thinking that what we could do is using this material here. There's one of two things we could do. We could just change the saturation of our color that's going into it, and I can view that right here. Let's view what this material looks like. Our actual particle system, we can go into the render of it and then change this to cloth hair. And right now it blends in perfectly with everything else that we're doing. But if we change the saturation to be like half the saturation of what the rest of the cloth is, kind of see what's going on here. I'm gonna go to render view. And let's match our lighting as much as possible, because right now we're not doing anything. So let's add in a sun. Good camera view. I'm going to select our sun that we added and just kind of put this behind him. Kind of just rough out the lighting. Obviously this isn't what it's going to look like, but it'll just give us an idea of the type of lighting that we're going to have. So that way when we're adding in our particles, we know what we're doing here. I'm actually going to swap these to area lights. Cool. And then now if we go select our hair cloths that we have here, we can change the saturation to be a little bit higher. And then our actual cloth that we're doing here, I want to change the hair size of our particles to be a lot smaller. Right now they're decently thick and just kind of hike that down to get to hard part is that what we're doing here is going to be on the internet, so probably compensate for that. I think 0.003 is really nice. It looks good on my monitor here. I'm wondering with compression what you guys are really going to see on this. So I might increase this a little higher value. And then let's see, let's go into our actual particles here. And then let's change this to curl. And that's going to add kind of like this wavy texture on top of everything. So if I change the saturation to be like a 1, so this is like a perfect replica of the same shader that we were using before. That's pretty nice. I'm just going to make the scaling of everything smaller now. Am I a camera guy? Like, what do you mean by that? Like a director of photography, or just like I appreciate cameras? I appreciate cameras. But I don't know what you mean by that. More of a, I guess more of like a visual effects guy. So I know a lot about cameras because of that, because you need to understand cameras in order to be able to emulate them in a CG world. But Nikon buying Red is whoa. Oh yeah, that's the crazy news of the week, isn't it? That's pretty insane. I'm excited to see what they're gonna do with that. Really, it's very interesting. Let's make this a little larger here. I'm like splitting the difference here to really find like what I like. Fried potato, is that what cameras you're into? Victor, how do you feel about Nikon buying Red? Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's interesting because Nikon, I feel like, has been able to create really good consumer grade cameras, and Red is like I don't know how much you guys know about like cinema cameras. But Red is not necessarily, like, it is kind of like a camera that a lot of indie filmmakers tend to use. It doesn't mean that that is a good camera that I think everyone should be using. And I personally, as a visual effects artist, don't like Red cameras too much. Don't kill me. They have this annoying green tint when you're using them that makes it difficult to key green screen with. I tend to find that when productions use Red cameras, you tend to have some problems with it. Now, it's not that it's a bad camera, because obviously it's a pretty great camera. It's just that if I were to choose between a red camera and like an RE Alexa, I'd pick the RE Alexa. But that's just me. I mean, I think that like, I think a lot of people would choose the RE Alexa. I'm going to make this black here so that way we have a little bit more of a foreground going on here that like is a negative on the lighting. Bro, do you want thumbnails? How do you mean? I always want thumbnails. I create thumbnails for every video. Although I actually feel like I've gotten that down, you know? I feel like we've gotten the thumbnail game down, guys. Like, I've created some good presets here of the stuff we're doing. I'm going to turn off max bounding to like, we make this a lot smaller, then it's not going to bounce back as much to him, which will be helpful for our lighting that we have. Why RE? Well, RE Alexa cameras are really good with their color science. So it all has to do with like color science and how things record stuff and then kind of relay that into the sensor. So the way the RE camera, specifically their latest camera, interprets lighting and color into its sensor is really good for like visual effects. What ends up happening is, okay, we'll go off on a little bit of a tirade here. Okay, I'm going to open up Nuke and I'll show you what's going on here. I'm a designer, and if you want, I will create for you. Oh, fantastic. Well, hey, if you want to send me something, join our Discord, which, by the way, plug of the Discord, link in the description. But yeah, let me show you guys real quick of what ends up happening on a sensor of a camera. So if we just plugged in like a grain node here, and this is going to emulate grain that you would get, let's say, on a typical piece of footage. I'm going to apply this, not through the alpha, but let's just say this was your image here, and we're going to lift this to like a regular gray of an image. When you zoom in, you're going to see all these different color values of what that grain is going to look like. What ends up happening on the sensor of a red camera is that their green values tend to be a little bit higher than everything else. So if we were to go to the different red, green, blue channels, your green values are going to be a bit higher. And so what ends up happening is when you do color keying for the actual image, the green darkness channels have a lot more green in them, specifically on people's faces and in their hair. You'll see a lot of green noise in those areas. And when that happens, it's really difficult to kind of key those things out and makes it really annoying as a visual effects compositor. So that's why red cameras for me are not as fun. Compressed raw video, red raw. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's like if you're shooting on red, it's gonna be in raw. I mean, you're gonna shoot R3D files. That's the type of files that you'll be receiving. You're not receiving like a MP4 file. No, like yeah. So that's just how that works, and that's been my experience with it, anyways. Okay. So I started to add his glowy eyes in there. I'm gonna turn off the viewport display. We're gonna turn this guy down to wireframe, so that way I can see what I'm working on as I'm working on stuff, while it'll still render everything with its color. Yeah, I mean, RE has ISO grain. That's true. Every camera will have grain inside of it. It's just how cameras capture imagery. So it's not to say that you know, if you have a red camera that it's not going to have or if you have a what's it called, an RE camera, it's not going to have grain. It just means that when it does capture the color of the grain, it's going to look more realistic. Or not more realistic. It's, wow, I can't talk and work at the same time. It's going to capture the grain in a different way. Sony cameras also tend to have a lot of grain in the green. So if you're filming something with a Sony Venice, that's going to have a lot of green in it. And I'm just talking about high end. So we're talking about like full-on cinematography of like the biggest scale, right? So if you're looking at ARRI Alexa cameras versus Red dragons or Red epics, you know, like we're shooting like 8K resolution, like something that you would use on a real film, like a feature film. Those are the cameras I'm comparing. I'm not looking at like a Nikon you know, S3 camera or something like that. So like that's just my opinion on that. And I think from a color perspective, I think that the Red cameras tend to not have as precise color science to their workflow as the ARRI Alexa cameras do. ARRI has nice highlight roll off. Yep, that's for sure. Very sexy color science. Filmic, if you will. Yeah, not quite filmic because it's not Blender, but this rock surface here. We can go find materials for this stuff. I also have Blender Kit. Let's try Blender Kit, see if we got anything here. I'm gonna find some rocks. Overall, this will probably actually work fine for us. Let's do this guy. And then we're going to have to do a lot of lighting back here once we start adding in like all of our fire and everything like that. I'm going to just slowly... Wait, I feel like somebody... you guys told me you could do this, right? I want the ground to have a different texture. Is it control click or alt click? Oh yeah, no, that didn't work. I can do it this way. If you press Control C, I think you can copy. Well, I don't think object color is the correct thing. It's supposed to be materials. Copy modifiers. Copy instancing. Vertex weights, collection links, selected constraints, modifiers, select modifiers. I don't think it's this, so I'm gonna... I guess we'll just manually do it. I forget how to like group select things, like if you're doing multiple things all at the same time. Should be a way to do that. If a guy starts to learn Blender, how many years does it take to learn film level? 0.2. I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's here's the thing, man. There's always learning. Like, there's not like a, oh, I'm only going to have to learn for this long. Like, you will always forevermore be learning. I've been learning how to use Blender for way too long for me to care to mention. It's just I've been using it since I was 7 years old, or well, about 10. I think 10 was when I started doing it. It was like 10 or 11, and that was the first version of Blender I ever clicked on. But my process was way slower because I didn't have YouTube. I didn't watch things on YouTube at the time, so it took me forever to learn how to do anything. And you know, so some people will learn a lot faster. I mean, I've seen some other artists that only started like last year and they're already creating absolutely phenomenal stuff. So like it's not a comparable like, oh, this is how long it takes to do this stuff. Different people are different, you know, and your journey might be different than mine. Mine took a lot longer because I didn't take it seriously until much later. And then once I started taking it seriously, then I was, you know, it was very different. So for different people, it'll take different amounts of time. Kind of backlighting everything here to kind of add a little bit of you know, depth to everything. And as we're doing this here, kind of keep in mind that let's see, let's go to camera view here. Kind of want this to be all the way up there. Is that center one? Yeah, that is. Okay, I should work fine because I mean the explosions are going to be going all the way down the back of here. So as we're just adding this lighting in, we're basically going to be emulating that lighting as we're going. I'm going to create, I already have a separate collection for all of my lights. They're all called suns, which they're not. They're actually area lights. But that's all inside of here. So if I wanted to, I could just disable all of my lighting all in one go. And then that would kind of like clean everything up for me. Let's just go ahead and re-enable everything. Let's see, where are we at, guys? Do we hit 1,000? Do we have 1,000? Oh my God, guys. We are 2 subscribers away. Hurry up, guys. Man, we're so close to 1,000 subscribers. That's crazy. I'm going to, let's see. We'll add another light here. So we're going to start adding in some VDB explosions. Let's do the ground real quick. And then we should be right there with all of our materials so that we could start adding in some of these explosions and magic effects that we'll be having. Why is this not turning on here? Yeah, what is your dream cam? Oh, that's a good question. What are all your guys' dream cameras? Which ones would you film with if you had a choice? Have you guys had previous experience with filming with different types of cameras? That's also a great question because I'll be honest, I don't have a lot of personal experience of using cameras. I've just used footage from cameras. So that's where my kind of like opinion comes from. Not necessarily like, oh, I like the interfacing of red better. I shot a short film last year. The teaser trailer is up on my YouTube channel. So if you guys want to check that out, go watch it, give it a view. I'm submitting it to film festivals this year. And we just finished in January. And we shot on the red, I think the Red Dragon. It was 8K resolution. Super nice camera. Worked really good for what we needed it to do. And that was like a phenomenal experience. So just because I think that I like RE better doesn't mean that I don't use other cameras. So, I mean, I can't afford an RE camera either. I can't afford a red camera. So, you know, you've been doing freelance for VFX for 14 years. I've only dived into Blender seriously about 4 years ago. Wow. So what'd you use before? You said you've been doing freelance VFX. Well, I guess that encompasses everything. So you've just been getting into CG recently? Let's look at the scaling here of what we're doing. You know, honestly, we're not looking at the ground, so I'm not too concerned about it. I think that's roughly in the right area. My dream camera is a Lumix BSH1. I'm actually not familiar with that. I know of the Lumix brand. In college, we used a couple Lumix cameras. I can't remember which they were. They weren't mine, so it was a friend of mine's camera. Actually, this live stream, this camera right here is a Blackmagic Cinema camera, 6K. So I've used that actually for a few shorts, and I've used it. It's pretty nice, and I like it for what it is. Let's see. I'm happy rocking my Sony A7S. Yeah, dude, the A7S III, I've wanted one of those forever now. What a great camera. It is so good. I think, though, I do want to invest in some kind of, I think I want to invest in some camera that does, that shoots at like 50 megapixels or something like that, because that's really good for capturing textures. Let's see. Let's grab some assets. We're gonna download some assets. I'm gonna do some gas explosions from Action VFX, link in the description. These right here are pretty great. These are just VDBs, so I'm gonna download a couple of these. Let's use this guy right here, Gas Explosion 3. I'll do this small one. We don't need a massive scale of a render. 10 years of After Effects and limited 3D work. Yeah, I mean, that'll do it. I see, for me, I've always been a bit of a generalist. I've really been trying to push into 3D. So you still use After Effects, or have you swapped over to like Nuke or Flame or something? Let's use maybe this explosion as well. I really like this one. Oh, that's cool. They got exploding debris. These things are massive. They might take a little bit while to download. And then I have also, what I was kind of thinking was, I have these muzzle flashes. Yeah, I have these muzzle flashes. I was thinking about using these for hands. So let's go ahead and download this. I think VDBs are really nice for this kind of a thing because we can make it look like whatever we want in 3D since we're doing a CG scene. I think that we'll do two different ones. Let's grab this one here, Gun 7. Get all this downloaded. It's only going to take forever. Seeing as each one of these are like 6 gigabytes. Oh. And then the only other thing that I'm going to need is probably... I need the free VDB shader. I can just download this asset. It's actually not that big of a file. Go ahead and save that as well. You're the 1K subscriber? Well, welcome, 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 everybody. We hit 1K. Woo! That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. And that's going to fluctuate because now somebody's going to hit the unsubscribe button. But awesome. Thank you. Fantastic, guys. We made it to the 1K crew. The 1K. It's not like you get anything for that, but it's kind of cool that we hit that. So thank you guys so much. Wow, I can quit live streaming now. I don't have to live stream anymore. But with that being said, I do actually have a huge announcement coming this week. I'm not going to make the announcement on this stream right now, but make sure to, make sure those bell notifications are on. I don't know. Also, join the Discord. We do have a Discord in the link description. So every time we do go live, you guys will be notified of that. We've recently been doing these midweek streams that are more VFX intensive. Rather than CG, which is what we tend to do here. We do all these CG kind of renders and stuff. So if you do want to see something that's more compositing heavy, then make sure to not miss out on that. I think we're doing those on Tuesday mornings, and then if it kind of pushes over to a Thursday, then we do it on a Thursday. But yeah, I'd like to buy a Mars Tracker. Oh, dude, Mars Tracker kit's awesome. Yeah. And but yeah, thanks for all you guys for sharing the channel with everybody. That's really awesome. And we're just this is awesome that it's happening right now because I'm just sitting here waiting for this stuff to download anyways. Gonna unzip some of the stuff that we do have here. Oh, whoops, cancel. Sure want to cancel, yes. I need to extract, not add to another zip file. And then we should have like this VDB right here. And oh, I guess it does come with a shader already. Let's just open this up and see what it comes into. Oh, shoot. Well, I think it's opening up in a very old version of Blender. 1 second. I have to open with Blender 4.0. It was old because the latest version of Blender I've installed was Blender 2.4. So yeah, don't open up complicated VDBs in version 2.4. All right, so this is meteor smoke. Oh, great. Okay, so the gas explosion is right here, and then we go and select it. I think we have to change the location of the VDB file. Where is that setting? Oh, it's under that, right? Okay. And then we can load the actual sequence of the VDB. I'm not going to load the sequence. Actually, I'm just going to load a single frame of that sequence. So if I go to live stream and today's date, the effects material, and then just grab a single frame, that should work. I'm just curious what this looks like. This is pretty epic. That works for me. Okay, so I'm just going to select this guy. Control... Wait, can I just do... Copy? Is it Control C? Copy object. And then we'll go to our actual scene over here and just paste it. So Control V. Does that work? I don't know if that works or not. I'm going to make a new collection here called FX. And we can also do it this way. Let's do File, Append, and then go find the VFX material folder, Action VF, or we'll find the, yeah, Action VFX. We can load in our actual project file here. I'm going to actually make sure this is saved, so that way it's seeing all the correct stuff. And then we'll go to collection, and I'll just import the main collection here, which will include everything. Which I'm going to delete everything except for our gas explosion. And we're going to scale that guy down because he's massive. A little too much. I've got a question to ask you. I'm a beginner and just learned how to... Or are you asking someone else? I've got a question to ask you. I just learned how to animate and stuff. Like, I can make images and learn to animate it. My PC is kind of bad because it's school PC. So what do I do? Well, okay. Here's the thing. I'll be honest. When I started working on stuff, I had a really crappy computer. I had like a laptop that was like $100 max. You know, like the and this is back in like 2014. Okay, like that was when I was like really starting to get used to like animating stuff, because before then I didn't do any hardcore animating. The thing is I don't know that it's as much about what you're doing. Like, you're not going to make scenes like this, right, that are heavy intensive. I've got like a display over here with just the viewport on, and I got a display over here that I'm working on stuff, and you know, it's heavy with gas explosions and all that crap. Well, you don't need to do stuff like this though either. If you're getting started and you're just a beginner, you need to learn how to just animate. And that's going to come with a lot of practice of like, hey, you know, I just want to do this or that. So don't get caught up on like what your computer's limitations are, as much as like, hey, what can I do with the type of stuff I can work on? And animation is pretty simple. I mean, you just have a character that you're animating, as long as you get playback. And there's a few things you can do with that. So like, if I was trying to get playback of this scene, well, I'm not going to get full playback on this shot. So what I would do is I would set up my render location under your output settings here, and then make it set to like PNG, or you can even change this to just an FFmpeg file. And if you're not getting perfect playback in viewport, that kind of sucks. But what you can, and I for a while wasn't able to either, what I would do is I would go up to view and then hit viewport render animation. And as long as you're like in your camera view, it will do what's called a play bash, which just renders out everything from your viewport to wherever your output settings are over here. And then you can watch things in playback. So if you can't get playback in your scene, well, then just render it out as like an MPEG file. Then you can read it or watch it later. And then you can kind of like do things that way. It's not ideal, but when you're starting out, you know, you're just trying to learn how to do stuff. And animation, there's a lot of great people out there with great tutorials on animation. I am not personally an animator, so I don't want to pretend to be like, hey, you know, watch my stuff and you'll become an animator. That's not how it works. I'm doing CG renders. If you're really trying to get into the animation side of things, there's some great YouTubers out there. I think Sir Wade on YouTube, he does a lot of stuff in Maya, but he does do some stuff in Blender. So, and a lot of the principles you learn in Maya, you can learn in Blender. So watch streamers like that and really pay attention to like their methods that they're teaching, and that will make you a better animator in the end of the day. So that's my recommendation of what you can be doing for animation. See, you can roto mate fairly well now. I mean, that's good, you know. Everyone needs to have something rotoed, unless you're talking about a different type of roto that I'm not familiar with. Okay, honestly, this is looking pretty epic so far. I think we might want some explosions a little closer to him. I don't like the way that's intersecting with the ground, although it is kind of cool that it's like, oops, let's not scale that down there. Don't think that's the go. I'm gonna, let's see, let's reposition the camera here slightly. I think I like that a little better. Animating over a live performer like they did on Chappie. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's actually also a really great way of learning how to animate, because you're just studying real world physics and how things actually work in the real world. Which is why when they say like to animate, like to film references is like a great way of learning how to animate, because you're, whoa, what is that? Unable to pack files. Okay, that's fine. I'm actually probably going to disable automatic packing for this particular project anyways. Okay, let's work on some stuffs. We got to do his magic. We got to do his skin shader. There's a lot of stuff here that we got to actually do. I'm thinking also we'll want to have some fire kind of like in front of him. So let's go ahead and do that. I just downloaded like a bunch of like fire like explosions, and I don't think I'm going to necessarily need that. But let's use some of this small debris stuff. I love this. Yeah, let's use something like this. Let's go ahead and... Whoa. Because you can use these kind of like 2D materials directly in your scene. Oh, I just got a comment. That's awesome. Let's see. Finish downloading that, and then we can drop this guy in there. I should have it already on my computer somewhere, but like I'm lazy, so I'm just downloading this to our project files. By the way, if you guys have any suggestions on what you would like to see me create next, go ahead and drop that in the Discord. And you know, we've got a great community there, so if you guys are working on your own projects, please share some of your stuff you're working on. I'd love to see your guys' different works that you are working on, what you guys are doing. It's also just encouraging to me to see kind of like what different people are doing and to see how they're doing it, because that's the big thing about learning how to do this stuff, is that I think it's really nice to be able to see what other people are doing and how they're accomplishing it. I'm gonna put this in the front here, somewhere right there is fine. For our burning debris, let's say it's got total frames that let's make this like a start frame is -100. Well, we could do it that way, or we could change the offset here to be like a 300 or something like that. Yeah, I dig the ability to composite and viewport with 2D images. Very powerful. Oh, yeah. Ian Hubert, it has a lot of great videos on that. Yeah, definitely. You know, it's using kind of like your 3D world to composite things in, so you can kind of see it where it's also going. I do this in Nuke as well, so I mostly composite in Nuke. I gotta go 11 p.m. Oh, wow. Well, thanks for dropping in, and I'm sure we'll talk later, and join the Discord so that way you can see the final render of when this is finished. But thanks for joining, and I'll see you next time. I'm gonna see, we got this offset here. I got start frame should be like 1, and I need this to be a little faster so that way I can actually see what I'm doing. And let's see, let's change the offset here. Perfect. A little better. And let's move this up. I'm gonna kind of scale everything over here, and then let's duplicate it. We're gonna use that over here as well. We can... So this is not using an emission shader, so we're going to want to, because otherwise we're really not going to see it, because it's just an image file right now. So we can change our burning debris, and as you can see, it's very dark. And that's not what fire looks like. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. But what we can do is we'll just add in an emission shader, and then also add in a transparent shader. And if we use a mix shader node, we can actually blend the two of these together while using the alpha as our FAC. And then if we go ahead and view this, oops, that's backwards. But the color is going to be coming from our burning debris here. So go ahead and plug that in, and then now you'll have your flames directly inside of your sequence. The really cool thing is that using this, it'll actually emit actual light onto your sequence, which means that this dude will be emitted from the flames that are inside of your shot. So that's a really cool method of doing that. I'm going to move this further forward and then scale everything down using our medium point. So that way, whoa, the depth of field is a little bit closer to the camera. Something like that should be fine. And actually, a different way to do that is if we actually had this all the way back here. We know we liked the size of them in relation to the camera. So we can say cursor to selected, and then we can select our planes. And then we can swap this over to scaling on the 3D cursor. And so that way when we scale it down, it gets closer to the camera, but it also gets smaller. And what that's doing is it's actually just adding depth of field to these planes rather than it being like that otherwise. But now that we got that, I'm going to just duplicate these flames and we're going to add them into our scene around our dude. I think I'll find a good spot back here that we're going to place them at. just go to viewport material. I don't want it to intersect with the ground too much, but I think that should work fine. I'm going to actually scale this up on its medium point, so we just get a little larger. Just having these nice planes in here, and that's great too, because like if we actually had camera movement, then this will work really nicely with our entire shot. We need to add in his tattoos and his glowing tattoo. Like that's definitely something that needs to happen here. So probably start working on that. Also his eyes. Let's get his eyes to be correct according to... I love the way that the glow looks in this, where it's got like this kind of like gritty noise texture to it. So I want to try to do something like that in our shot. I'm not a huge fan of the way this color is on these flames back here. I need them to match more the flames that we have in the front. So I want the orange to be a little more yellow, probably, because I want it to feel more like fire and less like an explosion. So we can actually adjust that using their shader that they gave us from Action VFX. We could just adjust that right there. I'm going to take this one and let's just scale it up. Oh, it's not that one. I want to take this guy and just scale it up. Try a black body? We could. I think the black body intensity currently set to 0, but I feel like if we did do black body, doesn't that like just make it kind of like internally glow? Because I think this looks pretty nice right here as far as like the flames are concerned of the shot. I do feel like he needs to bend over a little more. That's concerning. Need to watch what we're doing here. I don't want it to clip at all. Okay, we can have him bend a little more, and then I can go in and fix some of the clothing here. Let's just get this to be where I want it to be, and then we'll make our adjustments. It's not that much adjusting that we'll need to do. His neck is so broken. I just love it on this angle here. So ignore this, guys. We're not looking at this. We're looking at this. And then, oh my god. Let's use sculpt mode here. Doesn't have to look real from every angle. That's something I've learned in my video game art and stuff, is that you just need it to look correct in the angle that the camera lens sees it. Like proportions are always super whack. Also saw some Pixar joke meme once where it was like, oh, I forget which shot it was, but it was like what it really looks like, like or like that, you know. So as long as it looks correct from this angle, I think we'll be fine. Do that. I think that's good. And then the front bit here we need to fix for sure. Oops. Okay. I like that. Now his shirt. Let's just fix his shirt. Okay, that works really nicely. Now we're not seeing the clipping. I think there's a little bit here. Let's just fix that real quick. But you would agree with me, though, that it looks good from this camera angle. It's this camera angle that matters. I'm not really concerned about it in the viewport. Go ahead and save that. Oops, sorry, guys. I think that works nicely. Let's get meme of 2023 0310. Yeah. Let's fix this hand over here. I'm gonna rotate it. Let's see. Let's rotate it down. That feels pretty natural to me. I'll go ahead and save that there. I think. Okay. And now. Just render that. Yeah, man. I think that works really nicely. This fire right here, I don't want it to be too in front of him. Not in front of the hand. Okay, specifically this flame right here is bothering me. So what I'm going to do is, let's go to material preview on this. And then, yeah, material preview, not wireframe, please. And let's go to our camera view here. I'm going to use, if we go into edit mode, we can use the knife cut tool and just cut out that specific area. And then now if we select this face and delete only the face, we're going to get rid of that flame because we only needed the flame in front of his leg and over here to the side. So go ahead and save that. And now we only have the flame here. Oh, I guess I wasn't even showing you guys what I was doing. But essentially what I did was I went into material view and then I used the knife tool here to basically just cut out that flame in that specific area. And now we don't have that flame there. It's only over the leg area, which I really like because it adds depth to the shot. I'm going to select his eyes now. And let's make an adjustment. I keep talking about how I'm going to do it, but let's actually do it. Let's add in a noise texture, first of all. And I'm going to just go view that noise texture. And if we change the scaling of this to be a lot larger, we're going to kind of like see this noise coming in here. In our actual photo, he has kind of like that noise effect that's happening, and we just need that to be applied through this. So if I use like a color ramp tool, we can see this happening here. If I change the white value to something that's like blue, and then the black value here to something that's just like, well, we'll keep it as black. The crunchier it is, the less we'll have. And then we can take this color ramp value and plug it into our emission. And change the strength here to something a lot larger. That should give us a nice like glowy effect on his eyes, and we can adjust that just through here on the color ramp. The more black there is, the more bump that we're going to be adding into here. I would even say don't make it complete black, just make it blue. And we can always adjust the amount of roughness that there is. I tend to think that the more rough it's going to be, the more realistic it'll look as well. And I'm also going to make it really high detail, so that way it blends between the two different ones. And that'll give us some nice eyes that we have here. I'm going to increase the strength here a little bit brighter. That's really nice. And we can use this same texture that we did for the eyes here on the arrow on his head. So let's go ahead and work on that. I think, I don't know actually, Human Gen, I think it has, if we go to image editor, let's do that real quick. Image editor and male 3, this is the texture they're using for the face. So I need the arrow effect to be on here. And I'm not thinking that this is something we should do inside of Blender, because Blender's paint tools, while they're better than programs like Nuke, they are certainly not ideal. So let's do that. Let's go into, we'll do files, save as, and then we're going to save this to a someplace on our computer that we can access. So I'm gonna put it inside of our live stream folder. Which do I not? Yeah. I'm gonna put it under VFX material, and we'll create a new folder called texture. I'm gonna call it texture paint. And we'll go ahead and save that. And then we're gonna open this up inside of Photoshop, and then make our paint inside of there. Yeah, I think the eyes turned out pretty cool. And then once we go into the compositor, we'll be able to even make some further adjustments. I'm thinking, actually, if I'm like looking at this right now, I think it looks cool. Could be better. Let's add a little more. No. It's a little too little. Okay. Probably not as much. Let's see, let's do something like that. I'll just make it slightly darker too. I just want more contrast on his eyes, so that way it feels more realistic in the shading. Oh, and the other thing we could do is, if we looked at the actual thing here, I'm going to duplicate this color ramp that we have, and then let's also plug that into the FAC up here. Actually, we don't even have to have two color ramps. What we could do is we could actually just take a saturation node and then take the color that is outputted from here, plug that into there, just make the saturation that like completely black and white basically. And what that's going to do is create like a black and white photo for us that we're going to use. And I guess the problem is that the blue is too dark. It's just going to be easier if we plug this directly into this node. Oh, it'll be lighter on the system. We could have done it the other way. It would be too heavy. I'm going to make the saturation and the hue. Well, we'll take the saturation down. We'll just make this a black and white photo that we're having here, and then probably less contrast. So again, take the saturation out, and we can make this white level a lot higher, so the way the contrast is staying in the exact same spot, but it's just white in those areas that it's not. Maybe adjust that slightly there. we can see kind of like in the eye, kind of what we're going for there. And if we plug this into our strength, what we could also do is multiply. So we're going to need a math node. And I'm actually not sure that a straight, can we do math color? Is that an option? No, it's just math. Okay. So if we plug this as a math node in, we're going to just multiply against like a number. So for us, let's multiply it against 10. So that way when it views the emission, it's taking all of the white areas and actually making those bright. And then the other areas, it's not making those bright, which is creating a higher contrast inside of our actual texture of our eyes, which will later come across a little bit better inside of our scene. I think also, and that should work nice. So if we multiply this by any higher number, it'll just multiply each value by a higher value. Shogun. No, I've heard great things about that though. I've been recommended by multiple people. My biggest problem with TV shows is they're just such a big time commitment, and you know, I've got a lot of other stuff that I'm working on, so it's just, you know, if it's a movie, I'll watch the movie, but you know, problem with TV shows, it's just a huge time commitment for me. I'm going to go ahead and let's see. Let's look at this Photoshop comp here. I'm going to drag in our new texture paint that we have into it. And let's drag this over here. We're going to need the arrow of Aang on this. So let's just, let's see what we got to do here. Probably going to... there's a couple ways we could do this. Firstly, we could, using this, we'll know where we need to put things. But I need to have that arrow effect. And I could either just manually draw it, which let's just do that. That's just going to be the easiest way to do this. Create a new layer here. And I'm just going to create a white layer of like where the arrow is going to be, and then we're going to use materials inside of Blender to actually create all of the textural glow that we want to have. So I want to have, let's see, this is where his nose is. Let's make a guide layer kind of a thing. This is going to be our guide layer. That could just go all the way up for us. I'm going to disable this layer, but later I'm going to disable that. But for right now, let's select our main material, and then we're just going to center it on that line. And let's see. Last show you watched was Silo. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't watch TV shows, dude. I didn't watch Game of Thrones for years. I didn't watch it till like 3 years ago. That's how long it took me. And you know why? It's because the show was done. And once the show was done, I binged it. So that way I could get through it. That's just it for me. It just takes so long for these shows to like come out, that I just kind of wait till they're finished coming out, and then after they're finished coming out, I then binge it. Let's see, clip art arrow. So I kind of like wait till the show is done, and then I go through and then I watch it really quickly. And I like watching shows that way. Like I binged through Breaking Bad, I binged through Ozark, I binged through you know, Game of Thrones, as I just mentioned. Sure, we'll do this guy. Save him here. Go to our picture. And I'm going to have this guy, let's just rasterize this layer. Move him above. And I'm going to delete all the way Well, actually, we could even do it this way, so that way we're not going to have any weird edges. Booyah. And I'm going to select just this section here. And if I do select invert, oh, whoops, select invert, delete everything. So now we're only going to have the white section. The other thing we're going to want is the tolerance to be like nothing. It's just got to select just that white, and then we'll select invert it, and then delete everything. Now, if we rotate this guy by 90 degrees, we can use this as our actual arrow. I think right there is fine, right? How far down does it have to go? It should also be thinner, I suppose. But since we have our guide layer, it makes everything snap a lot easier. So, everything kind of just lines up. Let's do that, and then for our guide layer, we'll just disable it. The reason why we want to just have it in white is because we're going to use this as a mask, or yeah, as a mask later. So it's really helpful to be able to just have this area. The other thing we're probably going to want is a mask of the outline, because I think, yeah, we'll want a slight outline on this thing. So let's go ahead, go into Photoshop here. Let's take our two layers that we have. Let's merge these layers. And now if we Control C, just paste this, we're going to have two arrows, but this time, whoa, I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's grab the color, and then let's make it black for the internal of the arrow here. And I'm going to add a blending mode to this, blending options. And let's add a stroke to the outline here, and the stroke color value is going to be set to white. And if we make this smaller, also I'm curious if like on the outside versus the inside will be sharper. Yeah, so let's do the inside. So now we're just going to have this line only on the inside here. And again, I guess that thinness right there should be fine. We can make this as thick as we want it, though. Probably make it about that thick. That should be fine. Let's create a... Let's apply this. Rasterize the layer again. And then this time, let's just zoom in so that way we can actually make our adjustment here. Well, actually, no. Just copy paste it. I'm not gonna fret about this, and then we just move that up. The only problem is we're gonna have double arrow down here, but it doesn't matter because we could just select it and then delete it. And so now we're just going to be painting out that section. A few things. Let's add in an entire just like black kind of background here, because we're just outputting a matte of the arrow that we will want. I'm just going to zoom out slightly. And this matte right here will only be of the outline of the arrow. So let's go ahead and just go File, Export PNG, and then again we'll have to put that under our VFX material folder. Texture paint, and we'll call this Male 3 Arrow Outline. And then let's disable that. And now we're just going to have the interior outline. I'm going to actually... Nah, let's just keep it at the whole area. And let's say File, Export, PNG. And then let's just call it the same thing, but this is just going to be arrow inside. Yes, RGB mask. That's basically what I'll be doing here. So now that we have those in here, what we could do is under our actual texture of our dude, it's got all these fancy shaders. That's because Human Gen is created by pretty amazing people over on Blender Marketplace. So go ahead and grab this, you know, plugin if you really like some of the stuff you see here. I'm gonna grab our image texture of our arrows first let's grab our thick arrow. So if I go in and select under VFX material, texture paints, we have our arrow inside. If we view that, it should put the arrow right where it needs to be, and it does. But it also doesn't continue the arrow backwards here, which is kind of problematic. And that's because that part of his head is where? Should have thought of that. Is that like down here? Oh, I think it might go like wacky. Oh well. We'll figure out a solution for that. But since we do have the arrow now on the inside here, what we can do is for his eyes, we can just copy the same material that we did for the eyes. And we're not using all of the stuff they already have here. So let's just copy this. We'll go Control C. And then we can go into our shader editor that we're using our mask here. And then we can just paste our material that we have. And if we view that, again, we'll kind of see the same thing that we had for the eyes, but now over all of his entirety of his skin. Probably going to need to adjust the scaling. Change the scale to be like 80 or something like that. And let's see. Oh, lessen the amount. Or, well, kind of depends on how much of it there is. Do like 120. I think that might work. I just feel like there's just a little too much like black areas, so let's just half that. I have a gig making CGI for 360 3D horror film experiences. I was a challenge to figure out that in Blender, and the camera solving moving 360 3D VR footage was a nightmare, but it got me hooked on VR. Wow, okay. I didn't know that you could. Well, I guess it makes sense that you could do that in Blender. I have never tracked 3D footage before. That's pretty cool, actually. Okay, so now if we view our regular material that we have here, we're going to kind of take that material that we had, and let's use a mix shader. And essentially we're going to take this value here, we'll plug into the top value. This value here, we'll plug into the bottom value. And then the arrow on the inside, we're going to plug into the FAC. And I don't know, is there any coordinating that it needs to have? Probably. So let's just drag that into the vector. And that didn't work for that part of the... There we go. Okay, and so then that puts the arrow on his head, but we're gonna need to fix the line that's going all the way back there. So an easy way of doing that is if we select this texture here, we can actually go into texture paint. So let's even just open that up here. If we select our object mode here and then go to texture paint mode, with this guy selected, it'd probably be easier, honestly, if we just go to the texture paint window. Go to material view here, and then if we select our image that we want to edit, which is that image that we imported, the arrow on the inside, we can make all of our adjustments directly inside of here. The only concern I have is that drawing a straight line is going to be very difficult on this. I don't know that there's a way to like mask out stuff when doing this. Also, let's see the radius. I think it creates a bit of a blur on the edges, which is not ideal for what we're wanting here. Change the fall off to sharp. I thought that would fix it. The other thing we could do is, let's see, let's try it this way. Let's scale up our brush here, and I should just do this in Photoshop. I'm just going to draw a straight line backwards on his head, and then resave this photo back out into our thing. I hate that it goes that way, but I guess that's UV unwrapping at its finest. And then we'll just have that go all the way back here just in case we needed to see the back of his head. And now if we take this and we say image save, and then we go back into Photoshop here, I'm going to grab our texture paint node that we did, and then we drag it back into our sequence. Let's see what we got. We can use this. The way the UV wrapping is happening, we're going to want to have it selected like that. And add in a new layer that is just going to be super sharp. So let's do that. And then the only other thing is I want to make sure that we are chopping off the edge here, so that way we're not going onto some part of the body that we shouldn't be. Try vertex paint. Yeah, I could try vertex paint. I have not done vertex paint before. Where would I do that though? Just curious. What I am curious about this though is how accurate this is. This might actually not work, but I kind of want to test it just to see how well it would work. So if I do file, export PNG, and then we save this here, we're just going to overwrite. Just overwrite it. I really should have had different names for these things. And then if we do reload. Yeah, it's just not quite perfect. See, okay. And then you're right, vertex paint. Let's try vertex paint. Yeah, UV editing. The problem is it has to kind of be like a straight perfect arrow because it's the avatar. It's the actual thing. Oh, they do have a mask tool. That's pretty cool. I just kind of wish that I could actually draw a line on here. Also, why did it add boobs when we went to this angle? Or set the brush fall off to constant. Yeah, but then I still have to draw a straight line, and that's frustrating. I'm kind of curious if I can, under the head here, paint it using these nodes. No, I don't want to do that because this kind of like bends here, and that's going to be somewhat problematic. Go to edit mode. I'm in edit mode. And vertex paint, vertex paint, vertex paint. Select the vertices. Oh, I see. And then they just appear over here. Interesting. Okay. For film gigs. God, oh, Craigslist for film gigs. That's crazy. I'll be honest, most of the film gigs I've ever gotten were on just on like Facebook or something like that. I don't do too much freelance though, so not a great example for that. So if I select the vertices, is there a way for me to paint just with inside of these vertices? Or is it just as a guide? For the stroke, there's the... I'm trying to find the fall off. I would have thought that would have been under sharp. I would have thought that's what this did. But I suppose I could just make the brush smaller. I just don't want the gray areas. That's rough. I feel like the more and more I try to frick with it, it's just gonna get worse. Next to the texture masking, there's tiling. I thought this was gonna be easier to do this. I mean, the other thing we could technically do on this, honestly, speaking here, is... Let's try it this way. So if we go into... I'm curious to see how well this will work. If we go into the layout here, and instead of using our mask that we're generating right now, we could actually probably create our own custom UV map that's going to project it from the angle that we need it to project. So let's that's not YouTube safe, by the way. I don't know why its default is a female. That's crazy. They're like, we're trying to get you canceled based off of this. Let's do select the face here and then go into a UV editor. And can't you have multiple UVs on a per project basis? So like this is the UV map right here. I feel like I could have multiple UVs. Can I not say like UV new UV and like have multiple UVs to select from? I thought that was a way. I thought there was a way you could do that. Seems pack inland, minimize, stitch, align, copy UVs, paste UVs, export UV layout. I thought you could have like multiple, because like if I could do multiple UVs, then I'll just like create a mask that's just doing it in a different area. Go to the area where you select the vertex groups, etc. Well, I'm kind of in that area right now. Just edit mode. Some green icon on the bottom right. I don't know where you guys are at currently with the stream, so like my method right here is going to be to create us a new UV unwrap. So a live UV unwrap, unpin, invert, straight to image bounds, round to pixels, mirror transforms. Let's do a screenshot. Because like this UV unwrap's gonna work for the rest of the skin, so that's why I don't want to like. Okay, well, hell, we could do it this way. It's great, guys. I have another method. Duplicate, and then now we've got a duplicate of our face. And using a UV, we're going to create a mask of a specific section. So let's go here. One. Actually, let's do it like this. Complete front view. And then just press U, unwrap. And now that's going to give us that in edit mode. And now if we find our arrow, we're going to say U, project from view. And then we put this where we want it to be. Okay, and then now that we have that located like that, what we can do is let's go into our edit mode again. And we've got two dudes, one with the correct UVs and one with the incorrect UVs. Let's find those guys. So this is the new UV face, and then this is the incorrect UV face. And yeah, so let's take this guy right here. This is going to be arrow. If we hide this guy, so we're only going to be looking at the incorrect UV face, so the rest of everything on his face will probably be incorrect. Actually, interestingly enough, it's all pretty close anyways. Alright, well, we fixed the problem. There we go, guys. So that's how you do it. I'm going to disable the original HD Gen model. We don't seem to be having... The seams we're having are all off on the side there because I just reprojected on the area that we did it at. Wouldn't recommend this for normal issues. Like, we're going to have these like clipping issues on the side of the face here. But from the camera's perspective, everything should line up perfectly, except for that area there. And what we could do to fix that, if we really wanted to clean stuff up here, we can go in and say add a modifier. And we can add in a mask modifier. I think all I have to do is generate mask. No. Oh, I have to have the head selected here. But if we generate a mask and we put that in the end, I think what we could do is use a picture. Can we not? I guess it does have vertex groups specifically. But, I mean, the other way we could do it is we could go into our shader editor right here. And then under this arrow right here, we're going to just add in a transparent BSDF. And that's going to be plugged in instead of our principal BSDF that we have down there. And that's only going to be like where the arrow is at. So this transparent BSDF should plug into this. And so it'll make our arrow the only thing visible on the entire shot, which is fantastic. So now if we re-add in our HD Gen face that we have here, that should make everything else appear. Oh, whoops. The other thing we have to do is under our arrow, let's duplicate this to 0.001. And then if we go back to our regular dude, we're going to only want to view this principal BSDF. It's not going to have the arrow whatsoever. And so now we're going to have our arrow as well as our dude, and the arrow is going to be here and wherever the arrow's transparent value is. So it's just a black and white photo, and that's how that's going to work. The other thing we can kind of do to make sure there's no clipping, well, first we could probably scale the arrow to be on top using some kind of like shrink wrap or something like that. But the other thing we could do is inside of the regular human model settings under this body here, we are going to have, instead of it just viewing the principal BSDF here, we can use this mix shader and have it everywhere that's there that views that correctly, and then we'll put the transparency in every time we see the white value, which actually goes on the top. I don't know why I just flopped that. And then now we can just plug the arrow in to the FAC there, and then that'll view everything correctly that way. So now we have this texture here is going to make everything kind of like transparent in the area that it's viewing the black and white photo. So this black and white photo here, it's going to be feeding into our mix shader node, and then that's going to make everything kind of transparent. The only issue that we're going to have is that the UV unwrap is just different in that particular section. So actually, yeah, let's go ahead and delete this. This is why we do these things live, guys, so you guys can see my working method that I'm trying to do here. But no, this is not going to be an animation. This is just going to be a still frame image. We do, by the way, we do new still frame images every single week. So if you are missing out on the streams, go ahead and join and make sure that you're part of the experience that we have, whatever that might be. I'm going to solidify this here in the end also, because my concern is that if there could be some clipping that's going to happen. So I'm going to head and kind of clip this. Let's see, let's go into render view again. The other thing we could do is add a shrink wrap in. I just feel like that's going to be so intensive on the system. And we just shrink wrap it to the body with like a 0.1 offset. And so that'll kind of make everything like above everything else. And that should work. The only other thing is it's casting a shadow on the rest of our body, which is definitely not good. So under settings here, I think we could change this to, where's our transparency settings? It's like shadow settings, basically. Shadow linking. It's like, technically speaking, we could probably do it under shadow linking. I just don't want to. I need to find the area in which it tells it to not cast shadows. I don't want this to cast shadows, please. No shadows for me. It's under visibility. Does it cast shadow? Uncheck shadow. Does anybody know how to turn off the shadows? Like, it's really annoying. So because we have our regular skin here, and I don't want the arrow to have the freaking shadows being cast. And I feel like that's a setting. I know transparent shadows, opaque shadows, bump only. Displacement, volumes. It's not under line art, I know that. Under our shading here, they changed all of this in 4.0, so this is rough. Technically speaking, I guess we could put this under its own collection. Say new collection. The arrow collection. And then we could say, put that under the arrow collection. Yeah, there we go. So if you do shadow linking, you can place it in that way. Holy cow, guys, that was rough. Okay, so then the shrink wrap is setting the offset to 0.1, and then that will make it basically place it on top of everything else there, rather than what it was doing. Okay, so now we've got our arrow in there, and I kind of want to have a solid line all the way around the arrow. So that way we're having kind of like this texturing that's happening on the bump of the actual arrow texture. Let's see. By the way, we can select all of this stuff here, including this, and then I think we could say select inverse, right? Invert. Just delete everything else because we don't need anything else in this shot anymore. And now let's go ahead and add in the outline of the arrow. And we can do that on this same kind of material that we have here. So I'm going to import a new image material, a new image texture. And that's going to be our, under VFX materials, that's going to be our outline that we have. So let's go ahead and select that. Where's that out? Texture paint, arrows on the inside. And then this is using kind of the noise texture in all the areas that are white, whereas now we're not going to want to do that. Let's go ahead and duplicate this. Going to use another mix shader. And this is going to go before this mix shader. So it's going to be like right here. And everywhere that's white on this outline here, arrow on the inside. Oh, whoops. I need the arrow outline. So everywhere that's white on this arrow outline, we want that to have a different material. So we're going to plug that into this FAC here. And then let's go ahead and just duplicate this color ramp. I feel like we just viewed that. What does that look like? Interesting. Let's go ahead and add an RGB, just regular RGB, and that's going to plug into this blue color here. I'm going to plug that into the shader here. So now, let's see what we get on this. Suppose we have, oh, right. Okay, that actually makes sense. So this is under that emission. 1 second. 1 second. So that arrowhead's going into that section there. And that's what's creating this arrowhead. This right here. And it's creating it to be transparent everywhere else. I do feel like actually this mix shader, let's not do it on as a mix shader, let's do it as a texture color. So if we do a mix color and we do it plugging into this emission, this should work actually just fine for what we're trying to do. We can plug this RGB value into the bottom here and then plug this value into the FAC. And so what that's going to do is just create like this outline arrow only in the area that is where the outline is. And then we can also actually plug this directly into our multiply down here, but we have to mix that. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to kind of move everything over as we're working on it. And let's do another mix color. And again, we'll plug this in over there. And I'm going to change this from a mix to like a plus or something. Let's do a screen. So now that's going to create this black and white area, but specifically putting an arrow in that. So that's basically just the white value of everything else, but it's going to be placing it onto that. And so now if we go view our mix shader, we should just have an outline all the way around the arrow and everything else is completely transparent. All right, that's looking pretty sweet. I don't know if that outline is too thick or it might be a little too bright. We can always take the value of it that's being mixed into it and we can adjust the we just like add a color ramp in that's being added into our other mask that we have here. We can actually lessen the amount of brightness by just selecting this white and then just kind of making it more of like a middle gray. And then that just adds it onto our screen there. So then if we go view our mix shader, anytime we actually make this dimmer, it's going to lessen the amount of emission that is happening on that specific area. So yeah, I think that's already a lot better. It's more subtle. It's not as bright. It doesn't need to be massive. I think we need to add some tattoos in there, but I'm like so afraid of adding tattoos in now that we I think we already did kind of like the more complicated section of the image. Let's render this out here, just see what that looks like. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll put this on full screen so you guys can see that as it's working on it. Oh, of course. More problems. 1 second. We're actually having some more issues. Let's turn off, let's see, so we've got the shading, we got shading, and then under light linking, we have shadow linking. Oh, okay, so you're watching Dune 2 later? I've already seen it twice. I saw it like a week early because I got like the AMC early screening of it. And that was really freaking cool. And then I watched it again 2 nights ago because I wanted to see it in the IMAX that was here. So we have a light group here. Do we have to... Where do we create these light groups? I like Blender 4.0, man. This is rough. Causing shadows. Receive shadow caustics. I don't want you to cast shadows, if that's at all possible. It's not a shadow catcher. It's not a holdout. It's just not supposed to cast shadows. Is that an option? Let's just look it up. Blender 4 object doesn't cast shadows, or oh, okay. Well, hey, thanks for dropping in, Victor. And we're just figuring things out here, man. Under settings, that's for 2.8, and for renders I found, yeah, but that's Eevee. So, but thanks for dropping in, and I'll see you on the next stream. Under settings, I know that's like shadow mode, none, opaque. Bump only, auto, emission, transparent shadows, auto, back, multiple linears. I know in Eevee you can do this. Yeah, it's only 4 p.m. here right now. Just trying to get this to... Oh, this is so annoying, guys. And most of this stream is just dedicated to figuring out how to get this to not cast shadows. Receive cast shadow caustics. I don't want you to, because I don't want you to cast any shadows whatsoever. Light groups. How to... Shadow catcher, holdouts, diffuse, glossy, transmission, scatters. Culling, display is textured, wire solid, that's fine. Line arts, personal properties. Got collections, modifiers, particle systems, physics. Geometry. Yeah, well, that doesn't work, man. Make an object not cast a shadow in Eevee and Cycles in 2.9. Let's go, guys. Where's this at? So that's a shadow. That's not a shadow. So if you select under setting, I did... Oh, wait, no, that's Eevee. That's not an option anymore. Shadow mode set to none. That's not an option. I just looked. Blend mode set to opaque. Okay, so then here he is under cycles. There you go. Scroll down. Settings. Shadow mode. There is no shadow mode. I swear there's not a shadow mode. Settings. Where's shadow mode, guys? Emission sampling. Settings. Opaque displacement. Like, the only option now is transparent shadows. Unless that's... Is emission sampling? No, it's not. Auto. Multiple importance. linear homogeneous. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, well, that's not working. Your method doesn't work in Blender 4. Blender... Object properties. Make sure the objects keep rich. Maybe that's it. We'll just click on it. Don't want to sign up for your newsletter. Under visibility and shadows, final result. Well, it didn't work for me, so... Yeah, because the only thing that I'll get it to not do is by deselecting camera. Oh. Well, that worked. So I disabled camera and then I enabled diffuse. Let's just enable everything except for shadow. Well, okay, there's the answer, guys. So if you go under settings and you disable camera, I actually don't know if that actually does anything. Let's keep camera enabled. What's super strange? I'm gonna save this and let me just try something real quick. Let's open up a new Blender scene. I just want to test this out in like a simplified like format of this whole situation. Just downscale, that's fine. And then let's keep this cube. He's keeping the cube, guys. And then I'm going to swap this over to cycles, and then let's just change this to a sun. Let's just do this way. So if we do it this way and we go to render view, this is going to obviously have a shadow in there. But if I don't want this guy to cast a shadow, I would go to settings here, and I would change the... Yeah, we go to the object classifications, and then if we go to shading, no, it's not shading, visibility. Yeah, if you go to visibility, you would deselect shadow. I swear I did that earlier. I swear I did that earlier. Did I not? I selected that. That didn't work. What? What? Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. We'll move on with our lives. Let's get this working here. And that should have worked before. Yeah, so we're still getting the clipping that's happening, and I'm wondering if it's because it's on the same level as everything else. That's why I was trying the shrink wrap option. And I'm wondering, it also might just be a glitch that's happening. So this arrow guy that's here, if we do the shrink wrap and then we enable that, but then like changes offset to be like a 5 or whatever. Let's try that. And then we put that... I don't know what that's doing. I know it's not working. I'm just trying to maybe solidify it or something like that. I just need this to like not be like directly on top of him. Yeah, I think because the planes were existing on the exact same spot that it was creating a glitch that was happening inside of the system. So to fix that, I'm actually just using a solidify after everything here, and what it's doing is it's adding a certain level of thickness to it, and I'm making it a negative number so that way it actually pushes his body outwards. But yeah, that's good there. Let's it took way too long to fix that. That's really, really annoying. Okay, let's see. Let's look at some of the rest of the materials that we have here. I'm going to probably add in some dirt to his clothing. I think that would be really nice to do. So let's see. Let's do our regular material that we have. Let's add in a musgrave texture to our material here. And if we go ahead and view it, just see what the scaling is like on that. Let's just make that a little bit larger there. That's pretty nice. And then let's add in an RGB curves. I think we can take the result of this knitting pattern that he has here and kind of make it a little darker. And before it goes into our principal BSDF, we can just mix the color. We'll take the result and plug that into our base color, and then the result here and plug that down there. The height can go into our F factor that we're having. And if we go and view that, we can see kind of the shading that we're adding into it. And the larger it is, those bigger those dirt patterns are going to be on our clothing. Probably even just add a little more detail to it as well. And then now that can get plugged into the base color. And then we can go and view our final mix shader here. And now let's go ahead and view that, and I think it'll add some nice grime and dirt into our image. If I select his skin that he has here, I got those ears glowing with a little subsurface scattering. Yeah, I do have to add some subsurface scattering into it. I don't think there really is any right now. I have to figure out this new setup for subsurface scattering. It's just so whack. I don't understand subsurface scattering anymore. Let me, well, we could always look into it. Let's see. What's a good subsurface scattering? Blender 4.0. It's so different now, though. Like, so this is the video that I'm looking at here, by Christopher 3D, and this is kind of what he's plugging in through the mix shader. Yeah, I don't like the change. This is so bad. The new principal BSDF has me so confused. Like with the settings they're doing, so they're using random walk, setting the weight to full. It's just so, what am I doing? You know, like the scale is 19 inches. What the I mean, that's kind of working. probably too much. So this is what we're doing over here. Just adding in, I think I've got to figure out what the scale of this scene is. So like, that's going to be like 0.09 or 0.05, maybe. It's so like, I'm sure that this is probably how other render engines work, but I was so used to the other method. I could get whatever I wanted out of that principled BSDF, and then everything changed. And it's like, why did you have to change everything? You've been different for years. Why change it now? Is it a performance-based issue? Is it? I don't really understand. It's just frustrating. Let's see. 0.05 is a little too much. 0.02. And I'm sure my scale is probably all screwed up in this scene. But the video that I was looking at, they had it like set to inches. 19 inches. What does that mean? Like 19 inches of scale. Yeah, that certainly helps a lot right there. Good suggestion, by the way, Tyler. Get that a lovely subsurface scattering in there. I think he's a little... His eyes aren't glowing as much as I'd like them to be glowing. There is that. So we can multiply that by a higher number. Then we have to add kind of like some glowing stuff on his hands here because he's like doing some wind control. I love the sparks in there. I'm going to probably have to add some sparks in there as well. I just realized there's no eyebrows on this character, I don't think. Yeah, let's go ahead and get some sparks. Oh, why did I close that? So I'm gonna grab some more Action VFX assets. We have, by the way, if you want any of these assets, they're all on Action VFX's website. So I would recommend going to get those, and the link is in the description below. It's a referral link to a lot of these assets that I got here. So if you do grab those, click on that. Just helps me be able to keep doing these live streams. Also actually allows them to know that I have people that are coming from my streams because they do help sponsor some of these. So it is just quite helpful that way. I'm going to import the image as plane. So let's do image as a plane. And we'll go ahead and grab these assets and just drop them directly into here. I'm going to do these sideways sparks. And let's see, we're going to want the offset of this to be... Probably have this under... What am I doing for burning debris? I have the offset to be like 24 or something like that. Wait, what is going on with his skin now? What did I do? I didn't do anything, did I? I screwed with it. I imported a new image as plane, and of course that screwed everything up. Let's go ahead and just save this, and I think also actually under the texture here, if I view or set the... I mean, the alpha should be fine. Let's go ahead and just delete that. And then if we add in a mix shader and an emission shader, and we plug the color into the color value for this emission. And then we use a transparent shader as well. Plug this into the bottom here, and then the transparent into the top there, and then use the alpha into the FAC. We go ahead and view this. This should just put our sparks into our shot. Unless, of course, something funky is going on here. I don't understand. I did something, didn't I? It probably has something to do with the light linking. Nope. Let's do this again, but this time I'm going to create a new collection. And let's call this FX. And then place all of our burning fire into that collection anyways. And I'm going to select that collection, and then if we add in a new image texture, let's do that again. Image as planes, and then we'll go ahead and select our sideways sparks. It's still doing that. Why? All right, fine. I'll just not do that for right now. Goodness gracious. Like, something's buggy is definitely going on right now with the with that whole setup. Okay, now let's see. I don't actually know. Let's look at I didn't think Aang had a bunch of tattoos, does he? Does anybody watch the show? I feel like, is that when he's older, does he get the tattoos? Yeah, we're doing VFX Nuke tutorials. We do those on during the week. So make sure you hit the subscribe button because we do those on Tuesdays. And we'll also be using Nuke today as well for this shot. But, you know, that most of today is spent inside of Blender as we're building the scene from scratch. Okay, now let's go ahead and import a VDB. So we're going to open up, let's say, a volume, import open VDB. And I downloaded these earlier. These were from the, oops, I gotta extract them. I downloaded some of the Action VFX Gunsmoke stuff. And I'm just gonna extract that here, 7-zip, extract to Gunsmoke. And we can import the actual Gunsmoke directly into this shot here. Just looking at some other stuff we can add into here. Overall, probably some haze. Okay, and then now if we go ahead and hit the reload button on the inside here, we'll see Gunsmoke. Let's go ahead and add this guy in. I'm probably going to add somewhere near the end. We just want one. We don't need to import the whole sequence or anything like that. I'm going to scale that down because it's pretty massive right now. It's just this guy. And inside of our sequence, let's go ahead and hide that. Let's find this smoke now. And looks like I'm probably actually going to want it to be a little bit later or earlier. So we can just reload the smoke. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. And let's go ahead and just line that up on his hand. Let's see, maybe even a little bit earlier in the sequence. There we go. Frame 4 is pretty nice. I like that. And now with this, let's go ahead and add in a new material that's going to be on this shader. And it's going to be using this principled volume, which is totally fine. But we're probably going to want to use like a black body or something like that in order for it to kind of have its own emission to it. So if we add in an emission strength to it, you'll kind of see it start to glow under its voxels. So you got to be careful with that. But we do want to have some kind of slight bit of glow since we're doing kind of like this magic effect going on here. And then the other thing is, let's increase the black body intensity of this as well. I'm wondering actually, is this really low res? I don't actually know how low res the LOD materials are. I am seeing quite a bit of voxel count there, so maybe we need to adjust our display settings here. I did download the LOD rather than the larger versions of them, so oh no, that's just boxes. We've got slicing. Yeah, let's go and download the full res versions of these. Might as well. I thought we could get away with the smaller res. Any suggestions? I want to scale up my VFX Nuke skills. Well, I got a few suggestions. Under Action VFX's website, right here, they actually do have quite a bit of practice footage. So you can actually go to this section here. The link is in the description of my video that I'm currently on right now. If you go to this video right here, you'll see all of these resources under Action VFX's website. Just go and click on that link. It'll take you to the website, and you can go to the practice footage section here, and they've got a lot of different clips here. I definitely recommend anybody that's trying to get into doing VFX to kind of go in here and practice out some different visual effect shots. I do live streams on Tuesdays, and then we potentially sometimes continue those streams to Thursday. So I use all this practice footage in those streams, so you can follow along, and that's just on Tuesday morning. And also another great resource is on the video. You'll see our Discord link for our community. Join the Discord. It's a great place to meet other VFX artists. A lot of people are really professional on there and really good. So I would ask them questions and kind of like get all of that going there. Because like, you know, there's no need to do this by yourself. There's a lot of other great people around you that you can ask questions about, like your work that you're posting, and all that kind of stuff. I'll even show you. Let's see. Let's open this up real quick. It'll take you to the Discord here. We've got all our rules. So no NSFW content. That's first and foremost, okay? Nothing bad, all right? And then you can share all of your work here in the showcase section. So I actually post all my finished renders when I'm done with the CG stuff here under the showcase section. But you can see all of that stuff there. And then under the general, like ask any questions if you've got any questions for people. And then, of course, I always post announcements here. If you've got any like specific questions that you're like, hey, you know, maybe there's a technical difficulty question thing, then just go over here to the questions section, and you can actually put those directly inside of a forum. And that'll help keep things organized. So if like you're finding that the general chat is like going really fast and like nobody's answering your question, I kind of recommend putting like all serious questions over here. But right now the community is small enough where it's not actually that big of an issue, so you don't have to worry too much. But and then also introduce yourself. If you're like a new artist, throw your information in here, you know, and be like, hey, maybe show what you've done before. If you guys have an ArtStation link, share that here, and that would be really cool. So this is a great place for you guys to come hang out and also post your work and share what you're working on and all that stuff. Meanwhile, I mean, we are just doing these live streams once a week on Sunday, these CG streams. So this is kind of what I would recommend is, you know, watch as much YouTube. There's so many great resources out there now, and I'm not the only streamer. There's a lot of other people that are even more talented than I am. And so, search on YouTube, find those people and figure out like the best kind of skills that you can apply yourself into. You don't need to learn how to do everything. I think a lot of the times people think like, oh, if I make a CG render, I have to learn how to make explosion effects. I'm not making my own explosions. I'm using Action VFX's explosions, okay? Because like that's a whole nother skill to learn Houdini. And then a lot of people are like, oh, well, I need to learn how to animate. It's like, well, pick your skill that you would like to learn how to do and just focus directly on that. Where can I learn advanced techniques? On YouTube. YouTube's a great place. YouTube has a lot of stuff. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, nowadays there's like everything's on YouTube. Like, you want to learn how to be a professional compositor? YouTube. I mean, there's a lot of great courses out there too that you could buy, but you don't have to buy courses. Things are so different nowadays. Like, you could totally just find everything on YouTube. And I'm not even selling any courses. I just do all this stuff for free. But it's great. And there are people that do sell courses, and those are worth it. I think another great YouTuber you should check out, if you are into compositing, is Hugo Desk. Hugo's Desk. If you search for Hugo's Desk, he'll pop up right here. Fantastic YouTuber. He's been in the game for a while, very professional, and worked in the industry for a lot of years. He also has a great podcast that's called VFX Notes. Check out that podcast. They talk about like professional films like The Creator, Here's Poor Things, Godzilla -1, Mission Impossible, like all of this great stuff. I watch these podcasts every time he posts them. And they're great because they talk about the actual behind the scenes aspect of visual effects. Some of the stuff that you really don't get nowadays because they try hiding all of that stuff. But yeah, no, these are great channels that you should definitely subscribe to. And let's see, this is downloading, about 2 minutes left here, and then we can continue working. I'm going to replace the VDB that we currently have. It's the low res version of the VDB with a higher res version of the VDB, and that should help. Whoa, did it do it again? Okay, so our skin is being annoying. See, let's control Z a few times, see like what's going on here. Okay, I don't know what that's really doing there, but we'll make do with what we got. And then this kind of effect that we have going on, let's add in a noise texture, and let's apply that here to our surface just to see what we're working with. I'm going to change the scale of this to be a little bit larger. Actually, we'll just make it even smaller. Something like that should be fine. And then we're going to use this into a color ramp. And then on our color ramp, we can adjust the color property values a little bit better. Let me just show you kind of what we're doing here. I'm going to change the front value to be blue. And I think the black is fine. I'll just make it a little more contrasty as well. I think that's good. To answer your question, I do live streams, actually, tutorials. They're live streams every single week, and we do those on Tuesdays. So make sure to subscribe, and you'll see those as they're coming out. Let's plug that into the color here, and I think if we just view that, let's get rid of the surface here. That will be our color that we're plugging in. Honestly, actually, let's keep that plugged in the surface. It's so low res. Congratulations to the 1,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. We are here. We made it to the 1,000 subscriber mark. I now look like I am not just a person with a YouTube channel. I look like a person with a YouTube channel. You know, it doesn't change much, but it does add the K on there, which I think looks really cool. Is now that it hit 1K, it says 1K instead of like 900 and something, which is pretty cool. That's the biggest reason I wanted that. Let's see, Gunsmoke. Let's do. What am I? Okay, Gunsmoke. What did I just download? I thought I downloaded a high res LOD0 Gunsmoke 4. LOD01. 3DO4. Oh, it's this one right here. Let's just unzip this. And if this isn't going to work too fastly, I do have to kind of like start to wrap up this stream here soon. So, because I actually have dinner plans tonight. So, got to get the show on the road there. But, by the way, speaking of which, since we did hit 1K subscribers, I do have a big announcement this week. So, stay tuned. It's coming out this week. And some things that people have been asking for instance, a little sneak peek, it's going to have the ability to download files, the project files that we work on here. So if you want to use these project files, then they will be available. And I'm working to get that up there. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, that'll be happening later this week. I'll be posting a video about how you can get access to it. And that's good. Okay, so I think LOD0 is the one that we just did, right? Let's see. 432 LOD0. Just gonna copy this naming convention. Because I'm getting confused by their naming structure here. And let's see. Going to just select this up here and then hit paste. And then, of course, that didn't work. So, oh, right. Okay. I'm thinking we're currently on frame 4. So let's just continue it on frame 4. That just makes it a little higher res. My name is Ong. Okay, hey Ong, how's it going? Project files will be paid. Did you watch Avatar: The Last Airbender movie? I watched the movie back in the day. I watched the movie. We're not talking about the Netflix one that just came out, right? We're talking about like the old school one, because I did watch the old school one. And you know what's funny is I watched that before I watched the new TV series or the old TV series, and you know, it's funny because like from an outsider's perspective, it looks pretty cool, you know, just like, oh yeah, that's pretty dope. But like, it's not, you know, obviously it wasn't what the TV show was. And it's like, I was a kid too when the movie came out. So I was like, oh man, this is awesome. But, you know, as you get older, you go, oh, well, maybe not as much as I thought it was. That's actually pretty cool. I just don't like how it's red. So if we change the temperature here, I think if we increase the temperature, make it a little bit easier for what we're trying to do. But as far as like the TV show that just came out, I have not seen the new TV show. I have heard that it's really amazing. So it's definitely on my list of things. But as I was talking about earlier, I'm just not much of a TV show kind of guy in the first place. You know, for me, it's a big time commitment. So, okay, let's see. I like this effect here. I don't like the red value that we're having going on. So we're probably going to want to change. I think that's under the black body intensity. Which I do wish, like, I think we can change that through the tint. And if not, we can always change that in composite too. So I'm not too concerned about getting that perfect here. Yeah, let's just keep that there. And then if we increase the intensity, I can change the saturation of it later. I really don't like how choppy it is, and maybe it's in the just because it's in the viewport, but okay, and now I'm just gonna duplicate this honestly, and then we'll just put this over on his other hand as well. Okay, and then let's go ahead and add in a new image as planes. VFX material, and then let's go ahead and add in that sideways sparks that we had earlier. Now that I have the other solution of fixing his skin, I'm not too concerned about this. Let's add in an emission, and we'll plug that into the color value there. And let's go ahead and add in a transparent as well, a transparent BSDF. And let's go ahead and add in a mix shader. And we can plug both those in here. I'll probably have that at the bottom and that there. And then this FAC gets plugged into the alpha. And I think the offset, we set that to like 25. If we do that, that should work great for us. Set to 100. Time moves fast. 2010 Last Airbender was okay. Yeah, I mean, again, it's, you know, I'm sure a lot of people hated it a lot more than I did. I kind of liked it. But, you know, when you don't know what the original source was, you're not really comparing it. It's just a fun movie in the end of the day. Oh, whoops, I don't want to go to material view. I want to go to wireframe mode, please. I think that's fine. So we can add sparks like there. And I'm also thinking, let's add some more sparks, but let's just create this as a new material right there. And we can change the offset here as well, 300. Just something a little bit later, so that way it's actually creating more sparks in our shot. And we can do this several times and just keep adding more layers in. So I'm just going to keep duplicating the materials there. And if we do like 600... think we're probably going to want that a little higher, and I think that's good. And all of these are just under the effects collection that we have up there. Okay. Let's do a few more things. I want lighting to be a little more dynamic around his face here. So let's add in another light. We can add in like an area light. Yeah, dude, age is relative, man. So, you know, like, am I young? I don't know. You know, I don't feel young. But maybe I am to other people. It is funny, though, because, like, when you work in the industry, there's a lot of, like, young people that do jobs, and then there's a lot of older people. And I feel like when you are, like, my age, you know, everybody can say that you're young, but, like, also technology just moves so fast that, like, that's what tends to happen, is that younger people drop in or whatever. And that's why, like, even now, like, I'm old compared to some of the other people coming into the game. And that's just how it is. And that's, you know, nothing's going to avoid that. I'm going to change the power of this to be a little bit higher. And then let's change the size of it to be smaller. I want it to be smaller, and I want the spread degrees to be smaller as well, because I want it to feel like a very sharp area that's kind of like to the side here. We're just going to hit that real edge of his face, kind of create like this really nice clean rim light on his features. I think that looks pretty sweet. Create maybe a little more degrees. We can boost that up a little bit. And I don't want it to be this intense for the light. So let's make this about 75. And then that way we're kind of just lessening the amount there. I want to duplicate this, move this over here to the other side. But on this side, let's just rotate that down a little bit. I'm going to make this about 40. Maybe even less. Let's try 20. I'm going to take his clothing though as well. Let's make some adjustments to this. I kind of want to take the whole knitting pattern he has here, and let's change the hue saturation out of the result here. And let's see, put that one there, and then finally the last one goes to there. I want the saturation to be like halved. Maybe even less than that. Works pretty nice. And then this right here, we could do the same thing. Just kind of not making it so distracting, because I want the eyes to be more drawn to the face than anything else. Make the value be like 0.5, a little bit darker for the hairs. And honestly, we're probably going to want to lessen the amount of hairs that are coming off of this, or at least make the hair shape a little smaller. Let's see, the hair shape right now, it is pretty thin already. Let's just lessen the amount of hairs to half. And let's see. Let's see what that looks like right there. And then in comp, I'm going to make his eyes glow quite a bit more. So I'm not too concerned about that right now directly out of Blender, because we're going to be doing that in comp. Oh, you know what I do like is this kind of like sweat that's on his body. Let's see if we can emulate that. See, so how would we do that? I think, well, that would be the roughness. What does the roughness look like? Where's that coming from? This is the roughness. Let's see. Let's go look at our roughness. Pretty dang rough. Let's take this and then plug in a color ramp after it. We could just plug it directly here. And then when we go view that, let's take this white area and then just make that quite a bit darker. And then we can even increase the contrast from the black. Maybe not that much. Yeah, something like that should be good. That way we still have kind of like that material of his skin that's going on. Let's see. Let's see what that's really doing for us here. I like that. So that's kind of like just adding some specularities to his skin, some reflectiveness, which I think will also add just a little bit extra detail to the whole thing. Let's just increase that quite a bit more. Yeah, I think we're getting pretty close with that. So are we seeing? We're not seeing as many sparks as I'd like to be seeing, but we can just add more in the comp, so I'm not too concerned about that. Let's see. Let's add some atmospherics in, and then we can try rendering this out. So what I'm going to do here is it's going to save that. I'm going to add in a cube as usual. And let's just grab this face here. Have that go all the way to the edge. We'll scale this guy up. Somewhere around there should be fine. And I'm going to throw him under effect. Well, he's already under effects. Great. Okay. And then this guy, let's go ahead and just name him Fog Layer. We'll just call him Fog. And I'm going to add in a new material that we're going to view. And just delete the principal BSDF. I'm going to add in a volume scatter node. Whoops, not subsurface scattering. I'm going to just add a volume scatter node. And we can just plug this directly into our volume. And I'm going to increase our anisotropy to like a 0.6 should be fine. And let's just decrease the amount of density that it has. It's going to go crazy at first, way too much. And the only other thing that I would recommend is that all of our lights that we have in our scene, which we have a few in here for whatever reason, should all be under lighting. Let's see, do I have all of the lights out of there? Yes. So all of these lights, I'm just going to go into our kind of object settings here, and then we can disable volume scatter because we don't want it to be adjusting the well, actually, let's see. Yeah, these areas that are close to the camera for sure we don't want volume scattering. And then let's see, the sun, we're cool with that, I think, because that's off camera. Things that are off camera, I'm a little more cool with. It's this though that's gonna be kind of just like floating there, and I feel like if that's on volume scattering, that's gonna be more frustrating. Let's see. Let's turn off the volume scattering on that. And we'll turn off volume scattering on that. And then this right here is a sun. Oh no, it's an area. We can turn off volume scattering for it as well. Let's see. Oh, you guys can't even see my screen over there anyways. But let's see what that looks like there. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. Let's render this out so that way we can work on this inside of Nuke now. This over here. Let's go ahead and adjust some of our settings that we're going to be doing. So firstly, the color management is set as AGX down here. So we'll be rendering everything out as Blender's AGX, which is pretty close to Ace's CG. So should work fine for us in as far as that's concerned. Our resolution, we'll keep 1920 by 1080. We could render it out at like 50% resolution, but actually I'm curious, doesn't it render everything out as like one? Let's just see what this does here. Yeah, that should work fine. So let's go ahead and render this out at like 50% resolution. We'll render a little faster. So that way we can at least comp on stream. And then under view layers, I like to enable cryptomats. So go ahead and enable objects and materials. That way we have full amounts of adjustment later. I'll even enable assets. That should be fine. And then I'm going to change it from PNG down here to an EXR, open EXR multi-layer. And that's going to allow the cryptomats to be embedded inside of our actual frame. And then now I don't even need to set this to render in a specific location. It should just work. Let's go ahead and render out our specific frame that we're doing here, frame 33. And let's see how long this takes. Hopefully not terribly long. So it says time spin remaining. Hopefully not 40 minutes. It'll be really depressing. 26 minutes. I am rendering with like 4096 samples, which we don't need that many samples for our shot. What is the difference between EXR and multi-EXR? Well, EXRs are just the basically the box in which you're placing your thing in, right? So it's just the codec. A multi-layer EXR is just an EXR, but it has multiple layers within inside of it. So, which I know that's stupid for me to say it like that, but what that means though is that when I import the image into like another compositing software, it can have multiple layers that are baked inside of it. Whereas normal photos that you'll have like a PNG, okay, or a JPEG. We'll start with JPEG. JPEGs are just RGB, right? Red, green, blue channels. And that comprises your entire image that you basically have. It's just RGB, red, green, blue. And then once you do PNGs or TIFFs, you have a RGBA, which is the alpha channel. So you can now do red, green, blue, alpha. And that's really useful for having transparent backgrounds. Well, and DPX also is like another file format that you would have where it is basically RGBA. Now the cool thing about EXRs is that you can have an EXR multi-layer. And then an EXR multi-layer is more specifically a thing that can have an infinite, I think it's infinite. I don't know if there's actually a number of layers that it maxes out at, but essentially allows you to put something in whatever channel you want. So if I wanted to have a channel called smoke.alpha, and I only wanted the alpha channel of, like, let's say this VDB that I created here, I could create an alpha channel with just that. And that's really useful for compositors to have like a bunch of different layers. For instance, in this particular render, we're going to have an EXR layer for just this tunic here, and also one of just his body, and then I don't think it'll do just the arrow because that's like a material specific layer, but there are different abilities within inside of that. So if like this ground here, I wanted to have a mat of just the ground, I could totally do that. I actually don't, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure that this EXR multi-layer is going to work too well. And it's because we actually have this fire that is taking up the full screen here. I don't think it's going to see past it. So that actually might be problematic. Because the only problem is that it can only see so far with the XRs. And just because we can see past it, because the alpha channel that we know of, the plane essentially it can see through that. But how? Good question. Magic. That's what they call it. VFX magic, right? Movie magic, more specifically. But no, how it works is it's basically like it's just a very large file. I can even open up previous render while we're waiting for this to finish rendering. Let's see. Actually, let's do this also. This took. I'm going to stop our render. 1 second. This is another thing. 4096 is an insane amount of samples. We don't need that many samples. I'll set this to 1024. Let's do it that way. 1024 is a totally acceptable number. So our previous render that we did, let's see. Okay. Let's go to Drive D, and then we got live streams. Last week's render. Scripts. Open up the comp. Okay, so last week, we always do this. Well, last week's not even a good week to look at because I didn't use anything from the Cryptomats. Yeah, 1 second. Let me find a week that we did use stuff from the Cryptomats. Probably gonna be sure. I don't know what this is. Oh, this is Flip Fluid Cache. Yeah, this will be a great example of it, actually, because we used a lot of Cryptomats on this. This was a stream from a few weeks ago. This was the Mordor one. Sure, let's restore everything, please. Didn't know it needed to be restored. So, firstly, it's gonna look a little complicated at first, but if you're not familiar with Nuke, everything works in kind of like a node graph, right? So when you get your actual image here, this will be your output over here onto your screen, and it'll start from the very top of the stack. So we have our read node, which is essentially our EXR file, and you can see that right here. It's our date of our project that we did this on .exr. And if we view that, actually the first thing we'll notice is that under the RGBA channel inside of Nuke, it doesn't see anything. But if we go to view layer combined, it does see our initial render that we have coming out. This was the so this will put it inside of this layer. However, you'll see that it also has like a bunch of other view layers for like crypto materials, objects, and like all of that stuff. So let's just stick on RGBA because this is like what we would be outputting. Under our shuffle node, we are taking everything from our red, green, blue alpha channels and plugging it into our regular RGBA. And this is what we got out of Blender, was this render here. Well, what we did with that though was that every time we could look at the Cryptomats, we would add a Cryptomat node in here, and we could identify specific things. So for instance, I wanted only this lake, right? And that was the alpha channel. It would return only the alpha channel of like that lake. If I wanted only his suit, but like a specific part of his suit, it would give me a really high detail Cryptomat of just the suit, right? Because it knows what all the objects in the entire scene is. You can actually even see the smoke inside of the shot and all that stuff. And that way, when we go through our entire thing, I can, well, let me just jump to the end of the entire comp here. It'll load everything in here. This is what the finished render looked like. And we're using the crypto mats to do different things. So like, for instance, this grade node right here is specifically doing what? What is it doing? Let's disable it. Right. It's only darkening that part of the image. This grade node right here, I think, is darkening the ground. I think. Let's see real quick. And this is a very messy comp. No one else was really supposed to ever grab this comp. But then all of a sudden I started to have people asking to download these files. So they're now going to be available sometime this week. Hopefully by Wednesday or Tuesday. I think because I'm doing a stream Tuesday, should be up by Tuesday. So let's disable this again. What did this do? But yeah, as you can see, it basically gives you the ability to have like full control over everything in your entire comp. And then more than just like garbage masks or even feeding in black and white. Oh, you're crazy about Lord of the Rings? Yes, I mean, Lord of the Rings is amazing, dude. And we've done a few renders. I mean, we did the Hobbit one, and then this was a Mordor one. And then I'm hoping to do some more in the future because I love Lord of the Rings as well. But yeah, so that's how EXRs work. And essentially, if we looked at this particular EXR file right here, it'll even have fed into it your RGBA values, just the alpha values, and then also your combined and all the crypto mats that we're feeding into it. And that's all just under the one EXR file here. And then if I wanted to output an EXR, I could totally output like designated mats for like specific things. So, and that's like, okay, here's where it gets crazy, right? So if you are doing working on an animated film, okay, and your film's going to be color graded, so it's going to go to what's called a DI house, a digital intermediate house. All right, big companies like that are like Company 3. Company 3 is one of the biggest color companies in the world, and when they will receive an animated film, they're going to want mats for his sword. Okay, so you can give a mat of just the sword to those people. So that way, when they're color grading your film, they can actually specifically color grade different elements of it. And I mean, I've worked on animated films before, and they even get granular down to like eye color. So that way, if you are trying to grade just the eye color, you can make it whatever color you want. You want to feed them the skies, that way they can change the sky color. You can change anything all inside your comp. I actually have a special video going up on that soon that you guys we'll kind of hear about, and it'll be on the Discord. So join the Discord below, and that way you guys can see the link of where that's going and all that stuff. Okay, great. I think our render is finished, so I'm just going to go ahead and close these other comps that we have here. This is our CG render that we have. Looks pretty cool. Let's go ahead and save this. It's funny, I just didn't do the tattoos. I was like, I'm not doing the tattoos. We're not going to do the tattoos today. I'm gonna create a new folder for this called output. Let's call it today's date. And I'm gonna call it temp, and then version 1. And then let's go ahead and save this. While we are going to be compositing, let's go ahead and change this percentage here back to 100%. And have this rendering in the background. I'm going to open up Nuke, and then that way we can do some compositing. As I said, I don't know that CryptoMats is actually going to work on this shot. And I think it's because I have a plane of the sparks in front of everything. But we'll see. We'll see how this works. Because I know that there are a few bugs with it. Technically speaking, there should be able to go up to 5 layers deep. So if something's in front of something, you should be able to see 5 layers back. And we only have 3 layers of sparks, so I'm hoping that means that we can see everything we need to be able to see. So let's go ahead and grab in our comp here. And as I said, once we feed it in, our screen's going to be black. So we're going to use a shuffle node in here, and under our B, change this to combined. And I'm just going to reconnect everything. And now we're going to see that come in. We will need to tag this as scene ACES CG. So let's do that real quick. ACES CG. And then I'm going to desat everything slightly, specifically the red channels, because I've noticed that Blender kind of does that, where it just like makes everything super red. We don't want that. And then his ears are so red, dude. Let's go ahead and add another saturation node in here. I'm actually curious. So like, if we throw in a cryptomat, let's just test this out real quick. Oof. Yeah. It bugged out on us for sure. Let's see. Dot. I don't think this is gonna work. What's the name of our file inside of Blender? I didn't realize this was even running in the background. That was probably causing issues without us knowing. HG Aron. They spelled their name wrong, dude. Aron? I don't think that's how anybody spells your name. Now, actually, I think if I go into here and I change that. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so the planes in front are what's causing the issue, but we can make do. I mean, we did quite a bit of work directly inside of Nuke, so I'm not too concerned about this. Of anything specifically that we would want to have mats for, but you know, it would have been nice. It would have been nice indeed. I'm gonna add in a roto node, and let's go ahead and select specifically his ears because this is bothering me. And I'm going to do it again over here. Oh, whoops. Before we do this, I'm going to make sure that we're not screwing ourselves over here. Let's use a reformat node, and then let's scale everything up. So change the scale option by 2x because we're going to be doing that later. I don't want our roto nodes to be the wrong scale. So if we go ahead and add a roto node in now, let's go ahead and change that to that. Keep in mind, we wouldn't have had to do this if we didn't add sparks inside of Blender. We could have done the sparks. Honestly, if I were to do this shot again, I would recommend doing like all the sparks that are in front of the camera inside of your composite. Just makes it a little bit easier for mats later. I'm gonna look into that to see if that's like a bug or something like that that we can fix. Because that's pretty annoying to have. It's like it's the little things like that in life that make it really annoying, okay? Let's have the saturation on there. I think his ears are so freaking pink. Just change that. I'm gonna. And honestly, we can even use like a grade node, and then from here we'll just change the white point on it as well. And I think if we adjusted this, look a little more like his skin, we can get that a little bit better. I'm fine with the pink there. It's just too much, man. Too much. Okay, and then let's go ahead and add in a lens distortion node. And we were going to make this redistort. I'll probably just add it like a little bit in there. I always like to have a little bit. Just helps pop your entire image, makes it feel a little more 3D when you are adding a little bit of distortion to your whole image. Let's also add in a glow node. I'm going to change the size to be quite a bit smaller. It just adds a little bit of chromatic aberration in there. I also increase the tolerance, that way it's not everywhere. And honestly, if you make this quite a bit larger, let's see. Not a huge fan of it everywhere, but I do think that like behind him up here, it kind of makes sense to have. So if we decrease the tolerance, that way it kind of like happens everywhere. We can add in a roto node specifically in certain areas. So let's go ahead and do that. And just go to the glow and then set that to like an invert. And then we'll add in an edge blur here as well to make it so that way it fades pretty nicely. Ideally, we just want the background here just to have a nice little extra kick to it. That's going to make everything else kind of pop. I'm also going to add a glow node specifically for his eyes, but first, before we do that, let's go ahead and add some exposure to his eyes. This is where, again, it would have been really nice to have those cryptomats. I was kind of counting on the cryptomats for this part of it anyways. Luckily, this isn't a moving image, so we don't have too much to worry about. I think it's pretty nice. Let's add an edge blur after this just to blur the edges a little bit. That actually even works pretty nicely there. Let's go ahead and also add in some grain. I think grain really helps sell images. The other important thing to note about adding grain in though is that like there shouldn't be grain in the highlights of an image, like where things are super bright. That's just not how grain works. So what I like to do is add in a keyer. So if we just add in a keyer, just drop that into here to our lens distortion. And if we go view that, if you look at the alpha channel of this, it has like all of this like white area that essentially is what we're going to try to be keying out. And we can, you know, change the tolerance if we want to have more black areas specifically. You know, maybe we're trying to smooth things out or whatever. We just primarily want to focus on like the mega highlight sections of your image. So that's what we're really trying to get rid of here. And so I'll even try to like crush this down as much as possible to like the absolute most that we can. Just have a little bit of fade. I think that works nicely there. And now if we go to our grain here, we can actually even use this directly above this grain. Essentially what we're going to do is apply only through alpha. We want to invert the alpha. And then that way it's not applying it on the alpha of your keyer that you're doing. Can you show the project settings in your Nuke color management? Do you use ACES Flow or sRGB? I am actually not using either. I'm using my own color management settings. We have our own config file for the studio that I work at, so I'm using that. But you could honestly change this to ACES for this particular project, and it totally would work fine. If we do change that to ACES, we would want to change our main color input here from ACES to ACES CG, and then we'll get the same results or similar results as we did before. But our color management that I haven't set up inside of my Blender is using our Filmlight Linear kind of like movement workflow rather than kind of doing it on the other basis. I hope that answers your question. Okay, so yeah, we're not adding grain to like the rest of your image there. Though you might want to have grain, you can also add grain only through the alpha of like we could do this here now, right? So we can add a second grain in, and this will only do it through the actual portions of your image there. And maybe you want to have a lot less grain because again, in highlights there might be grain, but it would be a lot smaller. And that's where, like, you know, trying to find that realistic setting that you would go for, I think that would work fine for us there. And now we're going to have grain in both areas. This is only placing it in the highlights because it's only applying it through the alpha. And then this right here is only placing it in the non-alpha sections of your image. But yeah, okay, so that's great. We have some weird glitching that's happening here. I'm wondering if that's going to happen in our final output of our image. But we'll get to that once that happens. Before our grain happens, let's go ahead and add in a sapphire lens flare. That's what I was trying to add in. And let's do that on the hot part of the explosion here. I'm going to load a preset setting. Once this loads, see what we got going on here. So that's like a try that. Let's load that in there. And then let's take the brightness of this. Let's just bring that down. That's going to kind of like lift the blacks to kind of like match everything to the rest of your scene. And honestly, we could also probably use a merge node. Let's try this. So if you add a merge node in, and then let's just create like a bit of a square here. Be input from the top. We can also add in a mask. This is again where it would be nice to have a little bit more of a honestly though, this will work just fine. Let's do it like that. Set that to RGBA. And then we can add in an edge blur to this. And I'm probably going to invert this selection here, so that way the flare is everywhere except for his face. I'm just trying to make it so that it's not on his face. We want to have more control over the area in which the face is at. I think even just taking these bottom ones down here and deleting that's totally fine too. Oh, whoops. Let's delete that. And then overall on this, let's change the opacity on it. And that's going to be pretty nice because let's not invert that. Swap that. That's going to allow us to just add a little bit more contrast to the face, and that's just going to draw our attention to that specific section of the face. Yeah, it works really nicely there. Hey, C-Dubs, welcome in. We hit 1K subscribers on stream today, so that was exciting. I'm going to also change the color of the blue down here. Oh, the render's finished. So let's go. Oh, it's not finished. It's not quite finished yet. Let's go ahead and save. Oh, I haven't been saving. Let's save, guys. Always save. What are we doing around here if we're not saving? I'll just save that as our comp. That looks pretty cool. I saw. Congrats. I've been lurking the whole time. Oh, thanks. Thanks for joining. Well, we're trying to make it look okay. All right. Looks like the full res has been finished rendering. So let's go ahead and save this. Save our image and let's drop that into our sequence. So if we could just load it the same way we loaded our other one, but now we're just not going to need to reformat it, and then that's going to update everything there. Why does our color change? It shouldn't change, but it did. That's frustrating. Let's see. I'm going to try changing the saturation of just the red channel and see if we can get this to match a little bit better. The other thing we could do is we could just literally drop in a W here, and then that way we can actually see things a little bit better. It's frustrating. That's annoying. I don't actually know why it rendered it out as a different different thing. That shouldn't have done that. Let's make our... It's very yellow now, so let's just add a little bit more red into it. And then... overall, just drop the saturation a little bit. Not that much. It's dropping it too much. I think that's a little bit closer to what we want. It's very high in exposure. Dropping a W, I knew you were winning. I am, man. I ain't dropping any L's here. We ain't doing that around here. Not anymore, all right? That happened too often before. Okay. Let's see. It's dropping a crypto mat as well. We dropping all the stuff. Oh my god, it actually worked this time, guys. Okay, so now we have all the crypto mats we need in our life now. We have everything. Let's go ahead and we're gonna drop in a crypto mat for... Let's do the clothing. I think the clothing, if we had just the clothing. So this is what crypto mats are really nice, guys. If we drop in that, I can just target just the clothes, and I can just drop the gain on this a little bit more, and I can increase the contrast. And what that does is it allows me to control just specific elements of the image. I don't think yeah. So VDBs don't come through on crypto mats, which is unfortunate. And let's see. I don't like that looks like that. That's not good. That's not good at all. Let's go ahead and drop in. Let's do a grade node here. I'm going to change the color of this smokiness. That wasn't fun. Okay. And we'll say, let's pre-multiply that. And if we change the color here to like a blue. And I'm curious, with the cryptomat of just the fire in the background, can we do that? Oh no, because that's all VDBs. Damn. Okay. Well, we can for sure at least not be viewing this, so like we could select that. No. It is interesting, the burning debris did come through. And what we can do on top of that, so we have our roto that we like manually drew in here. We can still use that and then subtract. So we just drop in a merge node and then subtract this crypto map from it. Say invert. So now it's like it was this and then now it's this. If we had more things, we could have done that way, but unfortunately not. Let's add an edge blur in here. We'll just blur the snot out of it. And this blue, we can make it a little more blue. So that way it feels more like it's part of him. I think that works pretty nicely. Let's create some new... Oh, not a lens distortion. No, we don't need any more lens distortion. Let's add in a lens flare. Specifically where this is at. And let's load a preset. Blue ethereal. That probably works just fine. Let's load that guy. And let's just change the... Can I change the spot size? And then let's see, copy paste. But this one's going to be over on the other side. I don't know, I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, let's get rid of that. I think that looks pretty lame. See, let's let me do this way, and if we, that'll give us the ability to lessen the amount of the flare if we want to. Okay, what do you guys think? How's that? What are you guys thinking? What's your thoughts? I think his clothing, let's see, I'm not a fan as much. Just add a merge node in. Problem with cryptomats, or not cryptomats, but this color correction node is that you can't half it, but I think what I could do here is just half that. By the way, that's one thing though. I was C-Dubs. I love your music you have on your streams. Which, by the way, anybody on this stream, if you guys want to see some great Minecraft buildings being created, C-Dubs does some fantastic stuff. Go subscribe to his channel. he posts some videos. Right, C-Dubs? You're posting a lot of videos? Come on, man. You're going to post some more videos here soon, right? But yeah, no, just definitely subscribe to C-Dubs and his channel. He creates some fantastic content. So make sure you're doing that. But one thing I was thinking of was music. I have this music, which I feel like is just too epic, you know? It's like, duh, 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 right? I almost kind of want to get some like film scores or something like that created for like live streamings. That way I can have some nice, quiet, like Studio Ghibli-esque type music as I'm like working on this stuff. Let's put this crypto mat down over here. And I think that cleans it up though. Okay, yeah, I think this is gonna be the image, guys. So this is the Last Airbender photo. Thanks for everybody who joined today. We do another stream. We do another stream midweek on Tuesdays, okay? And so make sure you're joining that. It's a brand new stream. It's early in the morning. I'm waking up at 7 a.m. everybody for that stream, okay? I don't want to wake up at 7 a.m. It's so early. Who wakes up at 7 a.m.? And now 7 a.m. after the freaking what is this called? Daylight savings time. I feel like it's so freaking early. It's gonna be 6 a.m. It's gonna be 6 a.m. Who wakes up at 6 a.m. guys? Oh man. Oh, you know what we could do? I'm not ending the stream yet. We're not ending the stream yet, everybody. We're not gonna do it. We're not doing it yet. Not yet, anyways. That's 11 a.m. for me. Yeah, okay, well, it's halfway through your day. I don't care. It's not for me. All right, let's add some more flares into this. I kind of want to add in, not some flares, but sparks. Need some more sparks. Some more sparkies. Some close sparks, specifically. But yeah, I do midweek streams. They're more compositing based. So if anybody's interested in some midweek galores, then join. It's on Tuesday morning, and then if it goes long, then we try to continue on Thursdays because why not, right? I'm gonna do this all before this luminance here. Let's add a merge node in. Now I'm going to scale this guy up. And just do another merge, another transform. And then I'm slowly trying to post YouTube, LO. I'm using but if you have something you want more chill, I can hook you up with several NCS stuff. Well, that would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, I was honestly, low-key, I was gonna ask a friend of mine. He's another YouTuber everybody should check out. I'll post his link to his stuff at some point. Well, maybe I'll hold that over his head. I'll be like, hey, I'll post your link to my people if you give me some sweet ass like music, you know? Be like, hey, now I got like 1,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. Let's scale this guy up as well. I just kind of want some different sparks in there. Let's do more like here, I think. Okay, and I'm just going to, I'm not doing anything fancy. I'm just going to throw a glow node in here. That way these things will just glow a little bit more. And if we add, like, increase the size of them or decrease the size of them, usually works pretty nicely. So I'm just going to decrease the size just to give them a little bit more life. And then that's just going to pop in photo there. That works really nicely. Just a little bit of extra glowiness. Awesome. Okay, guys. That's the stream then. So, Oh, you're sticking footage in the oven. BRB sticking footage. Oh, footage. I was like, what? What? Are you sticking footage in the oven? Like you're just like you took you shot stuff on film, and then now you're doing it that way. Okay. I mean, hey, everybody's got a different taste. Am I right? Am I right? All right, well, I'm going to say this. I'm going to post the finished render of this in full resolution over on the Discord. So if you guys aren't part of the Discord already, go join it. This is the Discord right here. A lot of great other people on the Discord. You can find this in the link in the description. So on this video here, let's just go to my channel. View your channel, please. On this live stream here, just go ahead and, there's ugly me. Scroll down here and then you'll see a bunch of different links. If you join the community, you can see the Discord link right here. All of the assets we used in today's video, you can find on the Action VFX website. That's right here. This is the link right there. And we composited everything in Foundry, Nuke, and everything else was created inside of Blender, which is free, by the way. So go get Blender. If you're not a Blenderer, get Blendered. You know, and then Nuke itself, by the way, they do have a free version of it. So if you want to get into compositing, they have a free version of it. It only does up to HD resolution, I think, and it's got pretty much everything else. So get it and mess around with it. You know, it's a very powerful software that I think a lot of people should get into. But this was the final render for today. This is what we created inside of Blender and Comp and Nuke. Super fun. This is a little scene from the Last Airbender. And I hope to do some more shots like this. If you guys have any recommendations, leave a comment below of what you guys would like to see in the next CG render. Which, talking about the next CG render, I have something going on next Sunday. So what I think I'm going to do is we'll have a stream on Saturday instead. And if that's the case, then I'm going to post that in the Discord so you guys will see it there. And then I'm also going to set a scheduled stream. So you guys will see this scheduled stream coming up for next week. If you guys don't see me then, I will see you this coming Tuesday for our next VFX compositing stream, where we're going to create a new visual effects shot. But thank you guys for joining, and it's been a great one. I really enjoyed this one. It was a little more compy than most streams I've done in the past where we're really building something from scratch. So this was definitely a good change of pace, and really excited to do this one. We might do some more ones based off movies going forward. I don't know, but it all kind of depends on what you guys ask for in the comments below. I'll talk to you guys later, and thank you so much, and I will see you guys in the next one. Stay cool and stay blended, as they say. Stay blended. All right, bye.